soon as the banner actually shows up. There we go. And we are live.
Oh no, I was still busy hitting the alert on Discord. This is an example of a banner. Click on a banner, show it on. Oh no, I'm just reading what I'm seeing on the screen. Hi everybody. So we're gonna need to give you guys a minute or two to get on in. I'm gonna need to switch to public chat so I can stop seeing Matt's juicy awesome private chat. And I'm making things up. But yes, thank you for coming, everybody. Holy cow, I can't believe we're finally here. It's been weeks and weeks and weeks for, especially for those of us who worked on preparation for the crowdfund. But this is it. This is our final evening, our final Friday evening, and the crowdfund ends tomorrow. It was going to be 8 a.m., but then I was dumb about time zones, and it's actually 11 a.m. because, yeah, whatever. So there's a little extra time to back us. That's okay. Tonight we have with us all kinds of special guests, starting with Kevin Beckett, our wonderful technical maestro, who's making sure everything works. We have our layout design guy and soon-to-be tattoo aficionado, Nathaniel Webb. What I'm referring to there is that we had our most ridiculous stretch goal. We were like, oh, and Nat said, hey, what if we placed a really wacky stretch goal where I got a tattoo of the Ness battle axe? And I was like, yeah, we'll make it something really stupid, like 666 backers. We'll never hit that. Anyway, we're at like 651 last time I looked. Yep, 651.
We're at 651, yeah. Something totally unreachable, like 666.
Yeah, we'll never get 15 more backers in over 12 hours. So, and just for the records, if you've already pledged maybe and you want to push us further towards tattoo time, we have a $2 pledge. That's a backer. So if you got a buddy with like a toonie they want to throw at us in Canada and America, it would be two $1 bills. Anyway, or other countries with other currencies. Who knows? Point is, if you just want to chuck $2 in to get Nat a little closer to some ink, you can do that. You can also get all the multiple books and throw us hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I mean, don't let me tell you what to do. But yes. So Nathaniel Webb is here. We also have our copy editor, Valerie, over on the left middle for my point of view. We also have author Premi Muhammad, who is having a wild week with a new book out, which I'm sure it would be fair to let her talk about for a little bit at some point. And we have Matt John from Rogues in the House podcast, amongst other things. He was our host of the Telethon last year, but this time he is a humble guest star for reasons I will get into in a minute. Finally, we have Max Moon, who is judged not because he is here to pass sentences on anybody, but because he is going to be, as they call in Dungeon Crawl Classic, the rule system we're using, a judge or DM or GM for a Jarell Lejory themed set game of Dungeon Crawl Classic. The Jarell Lejory setting is actually called Black God's Kiss. It's a proper adventure module setting combination. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am, that we can link you to a pre-order store for in the chat. So I'll do that when I'm not running my mouth. And yeah, we're actually going to have the first ever live demo of Black God's Kiss with all us as players, except for Kevin. Max will be judge, as I said. Matt will be our mighty warrior. Nathaniel will be our sneaky thief, probably getting tattoos sneakily. Premi is going to be our good luck halfling. Valerie will be our probably soon to be damned to the 7th level of hell wizard. And I will be playing the elf, who definitely is not modeled after Elric and is definitely not sold their soul to anybody. So it should be a good time. A bunch of us are going to be gathered together and sent on a mission somewhere very Jarell themed, I suspect, beneath that evil castle, for those of you who know the story. And of course, this is all very thematically appropriate because if by some chance you're here and you don't know, we are publishing the first new Jarell of Jaree story in 85 years. It was a pastiche written by Molly Tanzer, who alas could not make it tonight. But yeah, 12,000 words, Jarell and the Court of Truth. And thanks to you all being so awesome, we have unlocked double art very early in the campaign, meaning that story will have, because it's double length, it will have 4 illustrations. And I can't make any promises because I have to go do some hard math, but it is possible given how well we've been doing. Thank you. Jarell might have red hair in those illustrations. I got to look into it. There's like a partial color print thing we might be able to do. It wasn't honestly a real stretch goal or anything, but it's something I kind of had in the back of my mind if we did pretty okay. And this is where I just say, as I'm sure I'll say again later, Thank you so much for working so hard to get the word out and share us. I mean, that's how we unlock 2 bonus stories, right? 25 shares on Facebook, 25 on Twitter. Each issue now will have a little bonus story, so that's kind of fun. But yeah, if you had asked me over my breakfast yesterday morning where I thought we were going to land, I'll just say it was a lot shorter than where we already are currently. We only have like it is going to be infinite pay raises for authors and artists, but because I'm not going to calculate infinitely, I just added up the math for so many of them and thinking, oh, we'll never get past 4 raises each. I mean, that would be silly. Well, we are now a couple $100 into the final, in quotation marks, raise, which is an author raise, and if we go through that, I mean, we'll keep going on raises. But just like, yeah, I'm so blown away that we got this far. I'm so excited. It's really cool that not only do we have the double arts, the magazine's gonna be really beautiful, and the shipping discount, which is gonna be nice for Canadians and people outside of North America. But yeah, we are able to pay our authors and artists much better than the base rate that I sort of did our minimum budget around, and that's wonderful. That's something we like to do. We like to be nice to creatives. We are creatives too. I mean, everybody on the staff writes in some capacity, so we get it. So yeah, that is fantastic. It feels wonderful. And as I said, our wackiest, dumbest, this will never happen stretch goal is apparently on the horizon. So I can't complain. I can't. I mean, why would I, right? It's wonderful. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. I'm so happy, and I'm so grateful to all of you. Thank you, everybody. Let's get those last 15 backers and more. Oh, I hope, and let's get that last pay raise. Last in quotation marks. Like I say, we'll keep going if it really goes up, pops off. But I think we'll be pretty happy if we just get the tattoo and another pay raise. So yeah, we're letting people.
Oliver, is that the pay raise that would put us at professional rates for the writers?
That is correct. That is the pay raise that would get us to SFWA pay rates, which is 8 cents a word. I'd love to keep going, but it's a pretty cool thing to hit pro rate, especially on only our second year of really operating. Like Ness, yeah, it is about 18 months and change old, going from our first release, and not much older than that, not 2 years, not yet. Going from when Nathaniel and I were just like, magazine, and then took it from there. What if we did a magazine? So that's wild to have achieved that. And again, like I forgive me if I sound a bit PBS, but it's true. We literally couldn't do it without viewers like you. So thank you all so much. The only other thing I think I'm going to say, yeah, I'll give it till 7:10, so 2 more minutes of me running my mouth less than. The only thing I'll say is, again, for those of you who maybe are coming in late, I noticed we got an influx of lovely people from Goodman Games backing us, and then they're piling on in. Hello, and to anybody else who's come in just recently. Just in case you don't know, not only are issues 3 and 4, being the main thing that we're doing, but there are discounted combos of our previous issues 1 and 2 that you can get. On top of some of the stickers for the sticker page in issue 3, because even if you weren't in here in the first 48 hours, for a couple bucks you can get that sticker, that kind of thing. You'll see it's all in the add-ons, it's all listed. And we haven't made them yet, so we don't have like a proper photo. We just have kind of like a bodged together, like here's what it should look like. But we have as an add-on a rainbow metal Ness battle axe pin, which I think it's going to look really good, and especially because the way the rainbow metal thing is done, every single pin is completely unique. So that's pretty sweet. Anyway, yeah, so lots of cool stuff to check out, and every single bonus, short of Nat getting a tattoo and 1 pay raise, has been unlocked. So you're going to be getting, oh yeah, the hardcovers. Pardon me, the hardcovers have bookmarks, but also have bookmark ribbons, but also have end papers, which are going to have a beautiful custom design that will be for each issue slightly tweaked custom to that issue, so that some of the colors match the like dominant 2 colors of the logo. Like if you look in the absolute top right hand of the screen here, you can see we've got like the Ness number 3 logo with the red and white on the left, and it's split with the Ness number 4 logo, purple and yellow. So like the end papers, right, those inside the cover art patterns that we're going to have, will have a bit of white and red in issue 3 and a bit of purple and yellow in issue 4. Anyway, Matt's looking confused. Maybe it's only on my screen. Gosh, I hope not. Or who knows?
No, I'm good. I'm just trying to change my name on YouTube, in which I'm logged in, because it's blowing my cover.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Matt John's also known for his Arnold impersonation, folks. Don't worry, it'll be back. Yeah, who got the chat? Just gonna say a quick hello, and then I'm gonna throw over to Max, our lovely guest judge. So you've got Aleph, so you've got Black Cavalier, hurrah. Fred, hey, awesome, Fred. Robert Coleman, oh man, Dark Summer Wind. Bryn, oh, that's awesome. So we've got Australian representation, always important. I don't recognize Alligator was taken. Alligator 3 was taken, but I think that's a great name. I'm happy to have you. Oh, and Lee, okay, Weird Days, who was so... Shout out to Weird Days and their magazine of the same name. They were so instrumental in last Friday's Dungeon Synth live party thing that we had coming together, and it's also why, after this game, and a little bit of Q&A, a little bit of Shadow Max and stuff, we are going to have a live music set by FEN WALKER, who's a Dungeon Synth musician and a talented artist actually as well, and that's just going to be badass. And then after that, I don't know, man. We're going to check numbies, see at what point we celebrate Nat getting a tat, and having a good time and drinking and being fools until such point at which we all get exhausted with the sound of my voice. So that's already happened, Oliver. Oh, shut up. So let's go over. Let's go on our way over to the realm of Jarella Jaree, over to the game setting Black God's Kiss. If you're impatient for the link, you can just go to Kickstarter and search for Black God's Kiss, and there's a link through there to the pre-order. If you want to check that out real fast, but we will, like I say, share the link in the chat, and I'll, when we do our last Kickstarter update tomorrow, we'll link it with a big picture and stuff, so you can't miss it. All right, Max, why don't you lay it all out for us, man?
All right, awesome. Well, first off, thanks for having me. I super stoked to be here. I love New Age Sword and Sorcery, what y'all are doing. Before this came up, I had picked up previous issues, and I was like thoroughly enjoying that. And then seeing the Jarell thing, and then Oliver asked me to run a game of Black God's Kiss for you. I was like, oh, hell yeah, definitely, I'm in. Especially though, because folks who maybe have followed the project, we originally ran it for Old School Essentials and 5th edition, but then we, after the campaign ended, added Dungeon Crawl Classics. So we've been working on the Dungeon Crawl Classics side for a long time, but haven't actually been getting the word out about that a ton yet. So for folks who maybe, I don't know, I'm stoked to be running it with Dungeon Crawl Classics tonight. That's the next edition of it that we've added. So that's exciting. Before I actually jump into laying out the scenario and everything, what I always like to start with is just asking you all to introduce your characters to each other. Just a quick, this is your name, your class, and then give me some tidbit of information about your appearance, or just whatever you think is going to be like, here's an interesting thing that establishes my character. Not like a whole backstory kind of thing necessarily, but whatever comes to mind. Anyone want to start us off?
I will, of course.
Awesome.
My name is Hans Kimball. I am from Austria. I am here now because I've lost my way in the world, and I'm on a mission, and danger is my trade.
Yeah, okay, I'll go next, I suppose. I'm playing an elf, level 2, whose name, for lack of me having much time to think about it, is Scissor Pizza. We may have been talking about a Slice Stallone film before this began, but we'll pretend that that's an ancient elven word. And he is definitely a servant of the King of Elfland. Any Lord Dunsany fans in the audience will know what I'm talking about, who just stepped out from between a couple of trees about the right time to steal candy from a baby, which gives you an idea of what he's about. All right, so I'm going to pass it on to, let's say, Preemie. I'll put you on the spot.
Sure. So I am a halfling. My name is Eric Humblebrag, and I'm from the Shire originally. I have moved around a lot, and I don't really think that what I do most of the time should really be called crimes. I mostly just relocate things. Like, I move things from one place to another place, really. So I don't see what people keep getting so upset about.
Like a moving business, yeah. All right, Valerie, what's your whole deal?
So today I am playing Elena Guerrera from España. She is the wizard of the party, and she knows better than you about everything. Everything. She may not tell you as much, but she'll definitely critique you after the fact. Icy blonde hair, steel gray eyes. She's wearing a tunic overdress, skirts, leather half boots, and most importantly, a black lace mantilla covering her hair.
All right, Nathaniel.
Yeah, I'm playing Simon Lejeune, beekeeper, just a totally normal beekeeper. Nothing suspicious about me at all. covered in red welts from having been stung by bees all the time, and very clearly just like a random French peasant who has somehow gotten caught up in things way, way above his pay grade.
That sounds
Oh, you know what?
exactly
I was
like
really
all good. Yeah.
I completely forgot my my profession. Shoot, I am an elven falconer, and I literally have a falcon. I should probably mention. It's good for stealing candy from babies at a distance. Anyway, sorry.
Also, I'm a warrior. I didn't mention it. I'm sorry, but danger is my trade, and I've got big muscles and things like this.
We knew that
Does the
from your
falcon
accent.
have a name?
Oh yeah, name of your falcon.
Oh God, Nathaniel Webb.
Perfect.
He's thinking about getting a tattoo.
Awesome. Well, just a couple quick points on DCC stuff. Just to throw this out there, I'm going to give a couple bits on DCC and then a little bit on Black God's Kiss mechanics, and then I'll jump into starting off the scenario. So first off, one of the things that I didn't mention earlier, Matt, as a warrior, you're going to get an extra die roll whenever you're performing some sort of mighty deed of arms. Make it up. It's a narrative thing. If it's cool, you'll get that extra deed roll. If you're like, I swing my axe to hit. No, that's not a mighty deed. That's just an attack. So there you go.
You're inviting me to do one-liners. You realize that?
Absolutely. Yes, that is. Yep.
All right.
I'm excited already. So you get that extra die for those wild feats. If it's weird, if it's cool, I'm going to be like, great. So have fun with it.
And how often can I do that? Sorry.
You can do that anytime you come up with an idea where you think you can do that. If the deed die, if you get a 3 or higher, then it's a success, and the deed you're going for goes off. If it's lower, it might not go off, but the whole thing could be still successful, just like a partial success, kind of.
Okay.
So, like if you are doing, it is going to be a D4, I believe, at level 2. I think that'll be on your character sheet there too. I can take a look. Yep, D4.
Wait, I got it. Oh yes, I see it. I see it. Yeah.
And then everyone's got luck. You can burn luck to add to any die. You burn a point of luck and just add a point. So you've got some of this flexibility if things start getting dire, which I'm sure they will. Usually does. And then with Black God's Kiss, in the Black God's realm, where no surprise, you'll be visiting, there's going to be an element. You'll all have to keep track of your humanity points. And to start out, that score is going to be equal to your personality score. So whatever you've got in your character sheet, you'll need to track your humanity points. As things come up, those humanity points may get reduced. If you run out of humanity points, you are destroyed, dead. We'll talk about that. Not necessarily dead, but may become some sort of creature or something. We'll see. You can also use those humanity points, though, to muster up your resolve, and you may be able to, like, similar to luck, spend that to re-roll a die or to add a d6 to any roll. Those are a couple things. I think Oliver sent y'all a document that has a couple more bits on that. If you need a reminder, you find yourself in a tight situation and you're thinking about burning humanity, feel free to ask, wait, what can I do with that? And we can touch base on that.
I apologize. I only sent characters. I did not send the Black Ops.
Oh, okay.
There was no document.
That is on me. I apologize.
You know what? I've got a link to it real quick. And I'm going to grab that just so y'all can take a look as you will if you need to. Sometimes it's helpful to have those reminders. And since that's like a core mechanic piece of the setting, I want to make sure I get that to you.
Sorry about that, guys. I was like, oh, it's a setting book. That'll be too much for tonight.
No, it's just like a one or maybe 2-page document put together for y'all in case you need. It's got some reminders on there of a few things. So I'm going to grab that.
Okay, yeah, sorry. What I have is an 83-page document, so I was like, okay, that's...
Oh, yeah, no, you don't need that one.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I think this is going to work. Nope. Here we go.
Oh. 1 more backer to Tattoo Land. Good.
Nice. Okay, I dropped a link in the chat for you all. There's a bit on sort of Black God's Kiss, the setting. You can skim through that whenever, whatever. That's not necessary, but there are some reminders for the mechanical pieces that may be useful for you. And then let's see here. I think that pretty much covers it. Everyone's got their own stuff. Oh, Spellburn was mentioned. Yep, so I think that covers the main stuff. So let's go ahead and jump into play-in if everybody's ready. Any questions before we do? Oh, you know what? I'm going to do one last thing. I'm just going to write down names so I remember them real quick. I'm going to do my best. So we got Oliver, whose name is something to do with not pizza, but an
It
elf.
is, in fact, scissor pizza. It's scissor pizza.
There we go.
No, it's an ancient elven term referring to a meal that is delicious and well portioned.
Meal cut with 2 swords at the same time.
Yes, there we go. There it is.
And Matt was Kimball.
Hans Kimball, that's right.
Hans Kimball. All right. And then, is it Nat or Nathaniel?
Oh, either one is fine.
Okay.
Nathaniel's my on the front of book's name, but everybody calls me that.
Okay.
They call him Nasty Nate sometimes.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a joke. They don't do that.
I'm neither nasty nor Nate, but.
And what was your thief's name again?
Oh, Simon.
Simon. Yep, that's right. Cool. And for me, Halfling. Oh, I remember. Eric Humblebrag.
I changed my name on the screen too.
That's
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Oh, I should do that.
Breakfast. Nice. And then Valerie, your wizard's name.
Elena.
Elena. All right. Now I've got them written down so I can remember. I should have done that earlier. Okay, cool. Well, unfortunately, you all will begin this adventure locked up in a dungeon paying for some sort of crimes. Some of you maybe are like, yeah, I deserved this. Others, maybe you don't really get the big deal. But luckily, today, you've been wasting away here for a little while. But today, folks come, let you out, bring you up into the keep in Jory. And there you find, sitting upon a throne, an old white-haired Jarell. Sitting next to her chancellor, and I'm just going to jump in. She's got a quest for you. She says, each of you are brought here from the dungeon. Each of you committed a mortal sin born of passion. Though your crimes will not be forgotten, I'm in need of your service, and I dare not ask anyone to walk this path except those who are in need of penance greater than this world can provide. Jory is, after all these years, facing its most vital threat yet. One of hell's great demons, disguised in the form of a man, commands a legion of soldiers so vast as to extend beyond the horizon. They march upon us in 3 days. I see no hope for Jory and its subjects, save one. That hope I have is so blasphemous that even considering it terrifies me. So the thing that comes next is surely going to damn your souls, just as my soul has been damned so many years ago. Your quest is to visit the realm of the Black God, find and bring back its power. Though I've visited twice, I've learned there's no order to this chaos of its realm, so I have no idea what you will face or even how this power will be obtained, only that you must find your own way. Now take up arms and follow my chancellor. She will guide you to the portal. I expect this will be the last we meet, but if you do return, I will greet you bittersweetly, knowing something of the atrocities that you underwent to save us all. And with that, her chancellor escorts you, and you notice you start heading back down to the dungeon. The chancellor mentions, just so you know, the place that you are going is so horrific that the human mind, any mind, cannot handle the pandemonious chaos in the light of day. If you should see daybreak coming, hide and take shelter before your mind is destroyed. And leads you back through the dungeons and deep, further into the dungeons than you've ever seen before, and then begins to start pulling bricks off of this dark, crumbling wall. And you see that this wall has been repeatedly bricked up over ages, and behind it is a circular, dark tunnel. And I will leave that to see what you all do next.
You hear Scissor Pizza mutter under his breath, "For God's sake, Montresor." But anyway,
Can I go back to my cell?
Yeah, is this an optional mission? Or
It is, yeah, you can go back. No, you can't go back to your cell, right?
game over.
Yeah.
Go home. Stream over. Campaign over. Magazine canceled.
Fortune favors the bold. I approach the portal.
Awesome. Everyone else looking around, approach the portal. What you see? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I just go, well, maybe there's some candy in there. And I start wandering towards the portal behind the people.
I'm happy to let these crazy people go first.
Awesome.
I have
All
low intelligence, so I am happy to walk through strange portals.
This portal, as we've been referring to it, is actually a circular tunnel. And what you see before you is just blackness and a smooth, the walls of the tunnel are smoother than anything you've ever felt. There's no obvious construction to it. And it goes steep down. If you start to walk in, it's going to be very difficult to stay upright, and at times you may even have to slide down through parts of it. As you approach, you feel the tunnel start to curve down, and it's getting extremely steep. Anything there people want to react to?
How does the wind ever get in here?
Does anybody have a 10-foot pole or anything else we could use to like sort of steady our descent down this narrowing slippery slide?
One of my weapons is a staff, which I assume is fairly long.
I could do it if you put that laterally. Maybe you can control your descent.
Yeah, were we given weapons before being sent into this murder hole? Okay.
Yeah. I think you all have stuff on your character sheet there. You should have some weapons and a couple items there. I know one of you's got some crutches. I just happened to see that. Nice.
I will clutch. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I have a flint and steel if we would like some light while we're falling into this hole.
Maybe best when we get to the bottom.
Yeah,
unless
probably.
we catch ourselves on fire while tumbling down.
Let's not.
All right, so I hear you're trying to use the staff to kind of brace yourself and like slow down the. All right, so I'm gonna have you just quick roll under your luck score. So you roll a d20. If you roll under your luck, success. If you roll over your luck, failure. Equal to is also success.
Luckily, I am lucky, and yeah, I have a 17 luck, and I rolled a 4, so easy peasy.
All right. So you managed to, using your staff, you're slowing down the descent. You can feel yourself about to fall a couple of times, but you catch yourself. Everyone else is behind you, kind of pressing into you as you're going down. And you make it through this tunnel. It gets really windy, and it's to the point where it's disorienting. It's like not just a corkscrew, but it seems to go up and down. And at some point, you start to lose track of which way is left, right, up, down. But that's when you stumble out into this area where you just start kind of rolling down a little bit. And all about you suddenly is the awakening from a dream. The nothingness opens out into undreamed of distances. You stand high on a hilltop under a sky spangled with strange stars. Below, you catch a glimpse of misty plains and and some sort of robot.
Strange voices from afar.
Yeah. At your feet, there's grass and you can feel the grass at your feet, and like as you kind of tumble into this area, but it's very dark. You can see kind of a really dim green, sickly pale moonlight, and you can hear little bits of like rumblings of like the rustling of plants and stuff in the breeze.
You know what? I'm gonna stand up and go. I bet Nat can find something. Can check out the land for us. And so I raise my arm and I pull the hood off of Nat Webb, and I'm deeply regretting this, but whatever. I'm committed.
You're committed to it now.
It can't change now. And I just sort of I give him. I'm not a falconer myself, so forgive me, but I give him sort of the order to like fly out and come back. Like go, do a big circle in the area and come back.
All right.
Let's see what he does. So,
Okay.
or whatever.
Nathaniel Webb flies off into. It takes only a second before you can't quite see where the shadow went. And roll under your luck for me.
Oh no. Oh crap! I have a very good luck of 15. Shame I rolled 18.
Oh dang. Okay. As Nathaniel Webb flies off into the distance, you hear weird sort of shrieks, not from Nathaniel, but then also from Nathaniel. You recognize the cry of the hawk, but then also these shrieking sounds, and you hear the sound of slapping and sort of wet limbs. Add just a bunch of Jello to that. And
I'll be right back.
And that is all you hear of your hawk for now. Normally, Nathaniel Webb would be back pretty quickly. Not sure what's taking him so long.
Who's gonna lay out the magazine? Sorry. Well, that's my turn.
I sort of rifle through my clothing and pull out like just a couple dead bees and offer them to Scissor Pizza.
I put them on my heavy leather gauntlet. I'm like, it's not the same. Oh.
All right, what is going on here? We're being a bunch of babies. It's time to go in further into this place and see what we got. I start walking.
All right. On Kimball, as you take a step forward, you feel the mud squish underneath your boot. It goes up to about halfway up. I'm assuming you're wearing boots. Maybe it's sandals. If you're wearing sandals, it's real nasty. But it goes about halfway up. You're stepping into some sort of thick, like it feels like a swampy, just right here. And as you start step even further forward, it gets to be like a really thick morass. And at that same moment, you feel coming out of it these clawing, gnashing hands scraping at you, and we can roll for initiative as some sort of strange creatures are clawing at you all. The black larvae. All right, and so for initiative, you can roll a d20, and you all have a modifier that's on your character sheet that'll tell you what you can add to that initiative.
It's kind of like middle, just left of middle. Combat basics is a square.
Yeah, next to the big pointy boxes.
Yeah. I got a really kick-ass 2 for initiative because I'm despondent over Nathaniel. And I'm not paying attention to the fight. I don't know if I even care if I die anymore. What's life without a layout and design hawk?
I got 1. Is that bad?
Is that low?
13 for me.
And who is that that said 13? So I was making
it was me. 13 is what I got.
I see in the chat Matthew's getting a bit British there. 13 in it. But anyway, sorry.
In it.
I had an 18.
And
Okay.
I have no modifier, but I did roll a 19.
Nice. All right. So, Elena, you notice these. Well, I should roll for. Yep. Okay. You notice these hands, like like clawing kind of insectoid limbs clawing out from the morass before anyone else actually. So you've got a quick chance to react before anything else happens.
I don't know that any of my spells are particularly useful against hands. I've got some that are great if they had lungs, but unfortunately this is not going to do me any good. So I guess I'm gonna, or eyes. Yeah, no, exactly.
That's just all you've seen coming out of the mud so far. You don't know what the rest of the body is. The lungs could be there. I don't know.
I will have to wait until they arrive because I cannot choke them with a cloud of noxious fumes until they have mouths or noses. So instead, what I'm going to do is I guess I'm going to ready my longbow so that I can shoot it from the back.
All right, sounds good. And I will give you all a heads up that there will be a chance if you fire into melee, then there is a chance, like if you miss, there'll be a chance that you could end up hitting one of your friends. And just to give fair warning, it's only if you miss though would there be that chance. And let's see here. Up next, we've got Simon. I keep wanting to say Simone now because of legit.
Maybe that's the French pronunciation. I don't know. Yeah, so I think I was sort of near the front since I'd been guiding everybody down the hell tube. So I presume I'm sort of in the thick of it. I'm in a similar situation to Elena that these things don't have backs that I can stab. So I think probably I would just sort of panic and start trying to stamp on these hands with my boots.
Awesome. All right. You can make an attack roll. So this will be a melee attack using your strength modifier.
Yes, this is handily all pre-calculated on this character sheet I got. That's a 13.
That'll hit. You give it a good thorough stomping, and you can roll for damage. And we'll say that's going to be a D4 for damage from stomping, and you can add the strength modifier if you have one.
All right, I definitely don't. So I do 1 damage.
All right. If you would like, you can burn any luck to add to that if you want.
Oh. So how does that work? Like I've got a 17 luck.
Ooh, you got a lot of luck. Okay. If you burn a point of luck, it just goes down to 16.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
But as a thief, he gets to roll a D4 and he gets that much bonus, right?
Oh, yes, that's right. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Thieves live by their luck and wits.
Yeah, you could end up getting more luck than just 1 point.
All right, then, yeah, sure. Let's do it.
All right, and you can burn as many points as you want, and you get to have that multiplied, however. So how many points would you like to burn on this damage, on this, like, intense stomp?
Let's just do 1 for now.
Okay.
I'm just stomping on a hand.
All right, so you'll just add a D4 to your damage roll then, basically.
Right. So here's the second D4 roll, which is a 4. There's your luck.
All right, so 5 points of damage from this stomp. So basically, you like raise that foot way high, jump, and stomp on right into the mud. Mud splashes everywhere, and you can now see that what you thought was like these hands is actually sort of cricket-like limbs, and this is almost like a giant weird cricket that you just squashed. Your foot goes straight through it. And that one is dead, but you can see that there's a couple more climbing up through the mud right now as well. And that brings us to Hans Kimball.
All right, here we go. I was like kind of at the front, so I'm sure there's a cricket to kill. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell there's two left here, and one that's just like crushed.
Okay. So it looks like I roll a d20 and I get a +2 to my attack.
There you go.
I rolled a 16 + 2. That is an 18 to hit.
All right, an 18 will hit. And if you want to do any sort of mighty deed, that's kind of the warrior's thing. You don't need to. You can just do a straight normal attack there. And what's your weapon?
My weapon is a actually for this I think I'll use the old battle axe.
Sweet.
Which is
you were contractually obliged to use the battle axe, which is branded
that's right
for this scenario.
It's rainbow colored. It looks great.
Anodized, it's unique. It's a good add-on. $15. Why wouldn't you? Anyway, sorry.
There we go.
I'm getting on your territory there. Sorry.
Back off. Okay. So I rolled a 3 + 2, is a 5, plus I add a deed to my deed to that, it says?
That you will do if you do a mighty deed, then yes.
Okay.
So like
It's
if you,
like, I'm gonna.
and you played 3, we were talking about this, you played 3-5 earlier, so things that in 3-5 maybe were feats, you can just kind of make them up on the fly in DCC.
Yeah, this says, like, unlike other classes, this is attack modifier. Warriors do not receive a fixed attack modifier at each level. Instead, they receive a randomized modifier known as a deed die.
Yep.
So if I'm not using the deed, I don't get that.
Yeah, I kind of I try to encourage folks to get narrative with it before, and then you'll get that deed whenever you declare, like, here's like, if you're like, I'm gonna do like a whirlwind attack or something, or I'm gonna like leap off the back of something or knock it, then but you got plenty of damage to slice through, like chunk that battle axe into the cricket, raise it up. You've got I'm sorry, Primi, I see you're like cringing. If at any point it's like, oh, this is getting too much for me, just give me a heads up. And that cricket is like stuck to your, I say cricket, it's this weird abomination that resembles almost like a humanoid cricket that's about the size of like 4 feet long.
Okay.
And it's stuck on your battle axe in the air right now as you pull it out of the mud.
Okay.
There's one left, and
I say out loud, there's going to be crickets at your funeral. Ha!
all right.
Bargain bin Arnold. We're going low bow.
Yeah.
Okay. Up next we have this weird abomination, the one that's remaining. And let's see here. It is. Let's see. We've got a couple people up there. Hans and Simon. Who's got the lowest luck score?
Mine is a 12.
Not Simon. What's that?
Mine is a 12.
Yep, that's you. This one is kind of leaping out of the mud to claw you. And let's see. Does a 17 hit?
17. My AC is 15. It does indeed.
All right. And that hits you for 1 point of damage as it leaps past and scrapes across your face.
Ow!
All right. And then up next, we have that would be Oliver. Or wait, Oliver is Scissor Pizza.
Yeah, I should probably change my name though, because I don't think I'm any longer with NatWeb the Falcon, formerly with perhaps. Anyway, I'm just gonna sort of sit back and kind of like, well, let's see what force manipulation can do for me. Maybe that'll give me something fun, like a force field, or there's a whole bunch of different results. Let's see what I get. So that's a D20 plus 3. I'm just gonna roll it straight, purely for luck. Being a DCC judge myself, I know the best thing you can do as a judge is make people waste their luck on the early piddly stuff, so they're rolling later. I got a 16 plus 3, so 19, which means I call into being a tower shield-sized wall of force at a point within 25 feet. Let's say right in front of me, the most important guy. It exists for 2d6 rounds. I'll roll for that real quick. Let's say 5. And grants a +4 AC bonus to adjacent characters. So anybody hanging with me can get behind the force shield for +4 to AC. But the wall cannot move from where I called it into existence. It just hangs out there until I walk sufficiently far away and get bored with it.
Awesome. All right. And then we've got our halfling, Eric Humblebrag.
Dude, this is a bad situation. And I'm actually not wearing boots. I'm in bare feet. So my toes are in this mud. I'm very uncomfortable. I would like to go back to the pub, but here I am. And am I being protected by the elf Scissor Pizza former Falconer's spell at the moment?
If you want to run around behind that wall of force, you are welcome to.
Okay, because I also have a short sword. I could like stab a cricket monster if there's a cricket monster left to stab.
There is one left, and you can both attack and move, so you could attack it and run behind the wall.
Okay, so I'm going to go low with my short sword and try to get in and like do kind of like a slide and like disembowel it and then end my slide behind the wall.
Awesome.
I will be covered in mud, but I feel like that's less of an issue right now.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe the mud will
Yeah, the mud increases my speed, actually.
Oh, okay, there you go.
I wish Matt were here. He could learn a thing or two about mighty deeds of arms.
Yeah, right.
That's badass.
So I've got my sword. What do I roll?
Yep. So you will roll a d20 for attack. Do you have one sword or two swords?
It says I have one sword, short
Okay.
sword, melee. Yeah, and then
All
attack. It says +2 in my little box. Does that mean I add 2 to the number?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's d20, 16, and then
That'll
add
hit.
2, so that's 18, I guess.
18 will hit, and then
Okay.
you can roll for damage.
Okay. What's that?
And that will be next to your sword and your equipment. That'll say, I believe that's D8.
Sorry, I can't see it. Oh, melee damage. Damage -2.
It'll be up by in your weapons area where it says that you have that short sword. D6.
Oh, d6.
Yep.
It says 1d6 -2.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, so I roll a d6.
Yeah. That -2 is probably because you have a low strength.
Okay. I got a 4.
A 4. All right. 4 is enough to take out that cricket. You've disemboweled it and slid away behind the wall of force. You don't notice any more abominations coming at you all right now. So it seems like you've taken them out. Now that we're wrapping this combat up, just so you know, as you like collect yourselves, kind of wipe yourselves clean a bit, it's been just about 20 minutes or so.
I dismiss the fourth wall, I guess, if it hasn't vanished already, and I'm like,
What a stupid name for a falcon.
oh.
Or anyone else.
He used to arrange all of his kills in 3 distinct columns. It was very organized. Oh.
Double art.
That's what I called it when he took a shit. It was really bad, double art.
All around you all is just like this like thick mud bubbling in some places.
Is there any way to like so is the mud like stretching to infinity left and right, or can we maybe go around it? Or
you can't see very far because it is very dark here.
Right.
You can see kind of just the like dim like light, like ambient light provided from there's this like sick pale green moon in the sky, but even that's like barely giving off light.
I look up.
Do we see any shooting stars or anything?
Yeah, as you look up into the sky, you notice like you do see some shooting stars. You also you realize that none of the constellations look familiar to anything you've seen before, and some of the stars are actually kind of almost like a dingy rose color. Some are like a little bit green, colors that you've not seen in the stars back home.
Ew.
Does anybody at all have something? Sorry.
Oh, and I was going to say, if this is just a suggestion from a mere drunk halfling, if we don't have any other landmarks or anything to go towards, and if it's kind of mud all around us, does anyone want to go towards where it looks like the shooting stars are kind of pointing at?
Well, I was going to say, you have a flint and steel, right? Does anybody at all have a torch or a lamp to light?
No, I do have a flint and steel. I got a lighter. I can go like this.
Do we have something to light with it? I don't know if anybody does.
Do the cricket legs burn?
Yeah, I have a hand mirror for admiring myself, but I could also use it to like amplify the light. But I don't have anything to light on fire, unfortunately.
Yeah, no.
And humble brag, I will mention there. One of the things I didn't say before with like the stars and everything, you do see kind of a strange, off in the far distance, a strange bit of light, like it's coming from the horizon as opposed to the rest of them like up in the sky.
I guess we could walk towards that with me not in the front.
Yeah, I mean, if we have literally no torches or other light sources, going towards some light just seems like probably a good idea.
I do.
I'm just a common, peasant beekeeper, but
I give a big sigh. I have crutches. We can use them.
Oh,
And so one of my crutches I'm going to sacrifice. The end of it is wrapped in rags that no doubt can be set on fire. Is there any sort of oil or alcohol that anyone has on them that could potentially, like oil would be preferable, but
I mean, my elf has bad skin, but that's about it.
Just rub your hair grease
Right.
on it.
Just really quickly Googling, does honey burn? Pure honey will burn, according to the National Honey Board at honey.com.
I like that we still have like service here, so that you can check yourself.
Right. Yeah, Simon pulls out his iPhone.
That is kind of cool.
Yeah,
Like
let
we're
me
in a
just
strange
invoke my
place where the
patron
geometry
demon,
isn't
Google.
right, and all the stars are wrong, and there's insect demons. But I've still got like 3 bars.
It's
That's the Wi-Fi
non-Euclidean
repeater in the
Wi-Fi.
LP.
You know, Elena, were those crutches heavily used?
They are mostly decorative.
Mostly
Frankly.
decorative. Okay.
Yes.
They may have been finished with an oil that to help prevent, help keep them. They might burn
Sure.
better than you would think.
Sounds good. I mean, I don't want them to burn too fast. That's the other side of it, but let's do this.
This is fantasy. We don't need to. But
Is the mud flammable?
I hope not.
I will mention that as you start to light these crutches on fire, the decorative crutches with the flint and steel, I assume, you notice that some of it does catch on fire, but you see a strange darkness around the fire, as if it's like whatever illumination it's giving is tightly constrained, like it can't pierce through the darkness.
What if I throw some holy water on that?
Give it a try.
I do have some.
What?
I mean, water
Alright.
in general is not good for fire.
Yes, but this is holy water, and we're in the fantasy religious campaign. Here we go. I pour a little. I pour a
What
little,
are we
just a
talking
little. I
about?
flick
Bring
it.
the
I
fourth
flick it.
wall.
I put it in my hand like cologne. I don't wear cologne. I don't know how it works. I just bat my hand and then I flick it.
It's all pay.
You flick it, and as the mist hits the fire, the flames leap a little bit. But you also know the trick, the rest of it, that trickles off, and you see it hit the mud, and it just sort of beads up and sits on top of the mud.
I don't know what to do with this information.
It's hell
That's
mud.
just an ill omen.
I feel like we should get moving because we've just been standing around chatting for quite a while. It doesn't seem
Yeah,
very
we were
good for
warned
us
about
achieving our mission.
Daylight.
Get
Yeah,
out!
exactly.
That light on the horizon, sunrise, in which case we should go the other way, right?
No,
Didn't
it's too
Chancellor
soon.
tell us?
It doesn't look like any sunrise you've seen, but a lot of things don't look like things you've seen before. So you're headed towards that light in the horizon. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. Trudging through the mud is slow, but you make your way through for quite a while. After about another half an hour or so, you can see, not too far off now, probably you can see hints of plant life and sort of shadowy trees. And it seems like you're probably getting to the end of this mud. And at that moment, there's also, right as you're starting to be we getting out of this mud, it's getting easier to walk. A black sludge emerges from the mud and attacks. So I'm going to have us roll for initiative once more here.
Goddamn black puddings!
Starting to think this isn't a very nice place.
Oh my god, eagle eyes. Eagle eyes in the chat, sorry.
This time I rolled a mere 3. So
That reminds me, I'm going to have
I
quick
also rolled a
Oliver.
3.
Oliver, can you
I
also
got
roll
an
into your
8.
luck one more time?
I rolled my luck. Okay. I got well beneath it, 4 under 15.
Okay, as you were traveling through the mud and you notice near this black sludge, you do find Nathaniel Webb. And Nathaniel Webb is breathing, though completely covered in mud, and seems to be physically in really rough shape. And then let's see here. So initiative again. So I got Oliver. I've got Scissor Pizza had a 3. Eric Humblebrag.
I got 8.
Hans Kimball.
23, in it?
Dang. All right. Simone Lejeune.
3.
All right. Elena.
Also a 3.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Well, we're boned.
And then we all got eaten by a Gru at the end.
Boo.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Well, the good news is that you did all. Well, you'll find out. Okay, so this black sludge starts to come. It's about 5 feet wide, and it's kind of like spreading out as if it has appendages. And then our first up in initiative is going to be Hans Kimball. No surprise.
All right. So like the holy water, did that seem like it was a good thing? Like, should I pour that on this or what? Make it worse?
I mean, that's your call.
I mean, what am I doing? I'm gonna axe a pudding? I'm gonna axe black goop? Of course I am. I'll do it. All right.
Would you like to come
Do
up
a
with
cool move.
Yes, I'm gonna
Mighty
mighty deed this thing.
All right.
Man, I don't know. It's a really weird amorphous creature to be doing weird stuff to.
As you're sort of assessing the scenario for your attack, you also notice it has a collection of like objects sticking out of it, like it's collected. So I'll just mention that.
Kind of objects? Anything discernible?
You can see at least one long piece that seems like some sort of handle, but it's really hard to discern because you're getting more that's like the silhouette of things. But you're noticing like this doesn't seem like it's the sludge. It's like objects that it's collected.
Yeah, no. I think we're not going to be axing that. Can I like take a step back and then whip it with a sling?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm going to do because screw this. It's going to take my weapons. So missile attack is a +2. Holy snikes. 21 total.
All right, that's going to be a hit.
And sling is a... Oh, yeah. I didn't deed. Oh, well. I'll do the deed next time. 5 total.
All right.
Gotta do the deed.
You like launch that sling. Your stone just like lodges into this thing, but it kind of like makes this weird burping sound and kind of like leans back and falls back a bit and kind of like leans up again. It's swaying around a little bit. And then up next we have Eric Humblebrag.
Okay, so as a halfling, I am maybe not so strong the warrior, but not yet. Food for wolves. Are we allowed to like? Okay, so this is like a video game question. Can we like craft in this?
Yes, but it might be something where if you're trying to make something, it probably will take longer than a combat action. So it might be if you're doing in combat, it could end up taking a lot of time, but it depends on what you're doing. So you can say anything you want to try, you can try.
Okay, because I have 3 yards of fabric for some reason, and I thought maybe if I tied that to my staff, I could kind of use it as like a net or like a bucket almost, and like swipe this thing's head clean off its body, and then maybe do something with the sludge.
Nice. I would say, yeah, you could. You can do that'll kind of take up your action. You could move and do that as your action to like prepare that, but you wouldn't also be able to attack.
Okay, maybe I'll do, or should I use my crossbow? I don't know. Is a crossbow gonna help? It's probably just gonna like absorb my crossbow bolt, which will be depressing. No, I'm gonna try for my insane like butterfly net solution.
Okay.
Because I think that could help. So what do I roll? 20?
Yes.
Okay. 15.
All right. Let's see here. A 15 will hit.
Okay. So that means I just made my thing, though, right?
Oh wait. Oh, sorry. You don't have to roll for making that.
Okay.
I got mixed up on the. So you can make that, and that will be ready for your next round.
Okay, next round. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm standing here now holding basically a nice fabric shawl tied to my staff. Okay. Everybody go. I got this under control. It's great.
We've got 3 people who rolled 3s for initiative now. So I'll let you all just whoever wants to jump in, go for it.
All right, I'm agile and lucky and not very smart, so I will jump right in. Having seen Hans pulling a stone at this thing, seems like ranged weapons maybe are the play here. So I pull out my trusty blowgun and just rummage around and find another dead bee in my pocket, stick it in the blowgun.
Whew, awesome. Roll. You can roll to hit. And that's going to be a range attack.
All right, let's see. I got a 12.
All right, that's going to hit.
Hey, nice. All right, and it does a D3. Hang on. There we go. This one with the Roman numerals. All right, getting used to these weird dice. It does 1 damage. Let's burn a point of luck. That's been working out well for me. Is that a D4 again? Because my luck die is a D4. Okay.
Yep.
And I rolled a 4 on the D4 again.
All right.
We got a pattern going, folks.
Dang. Okay, and then let's see here. Yeah, somehow this I don't know, this black sludge must be allergic to bees, because that as you blowgun a bee into it, that must be just enough. It just sort of like collapses and starts oozing out. And you can see it's got all sorts of objects stuck within it. It's just kind of blending in, sitting atop the mud. But you are out of initiative. You may do as you will.
Let's get the hell out of here.
I'm going to see what is in the sludge. Anything interesting?
Oh, let's see here.
Crutch around in that sludge.
Treasure.
I'm just going to look with my eyes, not with my hands.
I'll poke around in there with my staff.
I have a crutch.
Roll a d20 for me.
Oh, both of us who are looking, or
Yeah.
All right.
I rolled another 3.
All right.
I have a
Perfect.
10.
So Elena Guerrera, you find you kind of start reaching in, and they see like here's something that's like sticking out. I don't have to reach in too deep, and you pull out a small vial of some sort of strange purple liquid.
Drink it immediately.
Absolutely not.
And then who else was searching the sludge?
I was sort of poking around with my staff.
Okay.
And I had a 10.
All right. You see like almost like a rosary hanging out of it, and you like pull and tug out of it, and there is just like a large wooden cross attached to this like beaded necklace.
Nice. How sludgy is the necklace?
It's gross. Yeah.
I'll tuck it in a pocket for now, I guess.
All right.
I'm busy cleaning off Nathaniel Webb from whatever crap got on them earlier.
All right, and just so you all know, you've spent over the course of traversing through the mud and the fighting and searching, it's been just almost an hour and a half or so since you've entered this area. You find yourself like exiting the thick mud, and it's still a swampy area, but it's not near as bad as what you've been trudging through so far. But you do notice there is like, as you kind of, there's like more grass and reeds in this area. Oh, and you're getting closer now, so you can see that bit of light off in the horizon. That's actually, you're starting to see, it's like a column of light going up into, up and like way up into the horizon now as you've gotten closer.
Well, better than the weird shit mud.
Yeah, I mean, given
Yeah,
it sounds like something we should go toward, but I'm gonna not send Nathaniel in advance. I'm gonna let him rest a little bit more on my shoulder. Yeah, I will start tromping off in that direction and assume everybody will follow me because I have a beautiful elf.
I try to like kind of shove him out of the way so that I can go first. Get out of the way.
Excuse me, I'm very weedy, and that's easy for you to do. But would you consider?
That's right.
That, you've already walked ahead of me.
Might makes right. Might makes right in this world or any other. And then I burst into flames and die.
Whoa.
Like an Incubus song.
Incubus reference.
All right. So
Really
y'all are
are.
walking through this kind of reedy swamp area, and you're headed towards that column of light. Is that right? Okay. As you're walking through, it's been kind of uneventful the last like 20 minutes or so. But then you notice that there's sort of in this like an area where there's more water and a floating kind of island that seems to be like sifting around on the water. And you can see the outline of like a hut on that island there. It's a little bit off to the left if you're like facing directly towards that column of light.
I'm going to look at Hans.
I mean, I don't know what to do here. I'm more of a muscle than I am a mind, you see.
Hey,
Tell me where you want me to go. I'll do it.
why don't you go and knock on the door and see who is there?
I go knock on the door. I say, "This is Detective John No, wait.
I take two big steps away just as he does this.
This is Inquisitor John. You know.
This is Inquisitor John Kimball. I'm an Inquisitor, you idiot." I give the door a knock.
Okay, so I'll just as you're approaching, before you get to the like door area, you notice the grass all starts kind of like animating and grabbing at your feet, but
right,
you're
so
able
I
to kind of
don't-
like kick it off. What's that?
I don't quite make it there, I guess.
You can, but
yeah.
yep. So if you stop, or if you keep going, up to you.
I don't want to stop. I just kind of blast through this grass, and
All
then
right.
I'll try and kick that door open and say, "Knock, knock," and I will use one of those things if that helps.
Well, I'll give you just a little bit of description here. So as those of you behind Hans Kimball, you can see as just like powering through these weeds are like some of the reeds are like been like grabbing at their legs and like but just like keeps going through. I don't know how that seems to you all, but then approaches right up to the hut. And if you want to do a mighty deed for bursting through the door, certainly
do.
give that a try. All right, how would you like that to look?
I am going to just like straight leg kick that thing down if I can.
All right, and this is all kind of makeshift, so that door is like there it's boards, but it seems like it's been kind of like strung together as a door. And yeah, give it a kick. And you can
Okay.
roll a d20. We're gonna do a strength check here, so you can add your strength damage, and then
Oh!
you can
Who rolled a 20?
Oh, nice.
Wait, that's
All
good
right.
in this game, right? It's not
Absolutely.
this
Yeah,
2d20 BS where you
Nice.
20's a bad thing. God damn it.
And then roll a d4 for your deed as well.
Of
And if
course.
you get a 4, then this is going to be a mighty crit against the door.
I got a 3.
All right.
Can
a
I?
3, yep,
What's
that
this thing
works.
about spending stuff
3.
to up stuff?
You actually don't have to. It's a 3 or a 4. A 3 or higher. But you can if you would like still, but I think you're in good shape.
No need.
You bust that door down, you kick it through, it flies across and bursts out, like completely blasts a hole in the back of the shed, and it lands flat on the water of the swamp and just starts like skimming and like skips and like slides a bit and just goes off into the distance. You can't see that anymore. But what you do notice is that where it leaves a door-sized hole, next to that door-sized hole, there is one skeleton against the wall, and it seems it's holding the hand of another skeleton, but it's just an arm attached to nothing, and that's where the hole in the wall is from where you kicked through. And you also notice like this is there's like dangling objects like skulls and stuff in this hut, and then there's like a heap like a straw bed with like more objects piled up in there as well.
Knock, knock.
Looks like nobody's home.
All right. Now come on. Get in here.
I'm gonna sort of slink in behind him, like, oh well, this was always the plan. It went according to plan. This was my plan.
I can't believe that worked. I thought I was toast.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm gonna just cast my eyes now. I haven't actually, used comprehend languages or read magic yet, but having both those spells, I would think my elf is good at keeping an eye out for situations where he would need them. Is there any weird writing to be found anywhere? Any arcane runes, anything like that?
Roll into your luck for me.
I'll do that. 4 under 15.
All right, awesome. You see among the pile of items, there's like in this straw bed, just like things like piled in here, and you see that there is a crumpled sort of note that just says Vasilisa.
Vasilisa. Would I recognize that as like a name, or does it sort of seem like it's another language?
That, given your background with languages, you do recognize that as a name.
It's a name. I'm from Austria. It's probably Ukrainian or something. Oh, wait.
Just for the record, I speak Common Elf, Serpent Man, and Demonic, which is a good... Awesome. Yeah. I know the phrase to make them reveal themselves. I read King Kull as a kid. Okay, well, if it's a name, it's a name. Vasilisa. And I turned to everybody. I'm like, has everybody ever met Vasilisa? I think there's a bad joke about moisturizing here, but yeah, Vasilisa.
I know. All of us with out of character knowledge are now like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, that's it. But my character has no idea. So, Vasilisa, we got a Vasilisa in the room.
As you speak that name, a bit of that straw bed where those like the heap of objects are, there's a bit of a glow within there.
I look at the glow. I'm like, well, let's see what this does. And I go, Vasilisa, and I like clearly intone the name. I don't just say it,
There's a you see from a like stick with a skull on the top of it, like tied onto it, a small orb of light starts floating and kind of following you around.
I ponder the orb. Well, I don't hijack things. I've been going for a little bit here, but one last action, I suppose. I will look at the orb, and I'll just stare straight into the orb. They say you're supposed to wear special sunglasses for this, but I'm just going to stare straight into the orb and see what happens.
You hear strange, unintelligible whispers, and even in looking away, they now continue.
Oh, good. Madness. Maybe the madness will reveal secrets. I mutter as I sort of wander into a corner and allow others to do things.
A perfect opportunity for a humanity check. So you roll a d20 under your humanity score as a success. If you fail, you're going to lose a point of humanity for this strange experience.
I just make it 9 under 10.
All right. As folks have entered this room, one of the things that you might notice now is
I have not entered, by the way. I'm still outside.
This happens to me so much in games. I'm with my person I play with. I'm like, no, I didn't go in there. You notice that the that skeleton on the wall, it's not actually bone, but it's twigs that have been kind of fashioned and like with twine into a skeleton.
That's weirder. That is weirder.
Shit, we're in a Carl Edward Wagner story.
Yeah. Time's a flat circle.
Boy. This is probably a bad idea, but I'm curious about this. So I would like to sort of investigate this stick skeleton a little more, see if there are any interesting details or anything like that, aside from the initial impression.
As you go look closer, you can tell that it's been like very carefully put together, but it's not like it's been done extremely well. It would take a long time to do this, to take all these twigs and weave things in, but you can't pick out like a rhyme or reason necessarily. It's just like, here's some, and then like try to bound them together to create this shape. So it's not like it's a like exact replica or using like a really regular pattern or anything like that.
Yeah. folk art.
There we go.
Well,
I will. I'm really itching to destroy one, but I'll wait.
Would the weird wizard like to come in and look at these things? I'm busy standing in the corner facing it.
Maybe we should yell for the wizard. Hey, wizard!
I can wait.
Weird things in here.
Wizard, get in here.
Did you touch anything?
No, we're waiting for you.
I'm standing there with the glowy orb over me. I'm like, no.
Yeah, manipulating the skeleton.
Why don't you touch some things and tell me what happens?
I mean, all right. You know what? Maybe I'll sprinkle. I'm gonna flick a little more holy water at one of these things just because I have it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so flicking holy water at the these twig skeletons, you notice it starts to like sizzle but they don't react.
Mm-hmm. So they're dead, and that would have been good if they weren't, maybe, is my theory. I mean, they're skeletons, right? I mean, they're dead, undead. They're something. Not living.
Well,
yeah. I mean,
toss the rest of the room.
Yeah,
under the bed and stuff.
Yeah, ignore the skeletons mostly.
If you're tossing the room, there's a few things you'll find in that heap of items. There's a flute made from bone.
Oh yeah.
There's a bow with a quiver of 12 arrows.
Ooh.
There's a crown made out of dried mushrooms and lichen.
I have to have it, I cry, and I run over to the crown. Did anybody get in between me and the crown?
No. That's some Dark Souls stuff.
Happily hand it over.
I put it on.
As you put it on, the twig skeleton, the remaining one, kind of starts to like pull its shoulders off the wall and approaches you and kneels.
My first subject.
What are you gonna name it? Are you gonna name it Matt John?
I'm gonna name it Wat Neb. No. No, I don't know.
Bone Storm.
Bone Storm.
I look at my new subject and I look over at whoever's holding the bone flute and I start looking back and forth, wondering if that bone flute is supposed to be connected somewhere. Anyway, sorry, Max, I interrupted you, but I don't have that crown.
Yeah, that's good. You've got a crown and you've got a king in yellow. Yes. Yeah. So it's been a couple hours now since you all entered the realm, not the hut. Yes. I saw your face there. I was like,
I definitely was like, wow, it's a hut. I didn't expect that it would take quite that long for everyone to examine it
thorough.
while I waited safely outside.
Can anybody use a bow or play the flute? Anybody with musical talent?
I can use a bow. I have a short bow. Is it a short bow or a long bow?
You just said bow.
I mean, I don't know if I can.
What's it look like? Anyone a Fletcher here?
I'm not a Fletcher, but I do have a short bow and presumably know how to use that.
I have a long bow, so yeah, it's like one. Depending on which one it is.
Which one do you think it is? What's
how tall is this bow?
Yeah, compared to me as a undernourished French peasant from the medieval ages. How tall is it?
I'll let you all make the call. Is it a long bow or a short bow?
Oh boy. I'll roll for it. It's a longbow.
There it is.
Man,
I like my little short bow.
Elena, if you come in the hut, I'll give you this bow. It's probably not cursed.
I've already got one, but thank you.
There's arrows.
I could use some more arrows, yeah.
Hey.
I pull my crown on a little more tightly, and I look at my subject, and I go, "So, what can you tell us? Any directions?"
It turns and faces the same direction as you, and like steps to the side, steps back, and like gets behind you.
Oh, is it trying to throttle me from behind? Like, is this threatening, or is it just sort of being like, "We should go this way," and it's going by me?
It seems like it's just getting behind you.
Slash follow.
Okay. Well, I served the king in Elfland, but now I'm the elf king in this land. Haha. Wait, sorry, I'm getting high on my own supply. I guess I just look at the skeleton and I'm like, "So what's happening next, buddy?" is basically my demeanor. Does anything happen, or does he just stand there contentedly?
It just stands there contentedly as you ask it questions.
Like, it'd probably be better if you had vocal cords, huh?
Nods.
Shoot. Can you point in the direction towards... Sorry, hand on head moment here. Am I being dumb and forgetting? Were we told a specific thing, or were we just down here looking for what's causing problems?
You were out here looking for you were sent to retrieve the Black God's power in whatever the
Right,
form
of
that
course.
may take.
Pardon me. Sorry, running a
All
crowdfund is
good.
very distracting. So I look at the skeleton and I go, "In which direction would we find the Black God? Point with your little bony finger."
Lifting its littlest bony finger, turns and points further off the left from where you are now.
I look at you all and go, "See? Problem solving. This is what makes a ruler. Not a wizard who refuses to come in a little hut. Just saying.
I
Elves rule,
never
wizards
said
rule."
I was in charge of anyone.
Well, anyway, me and my buddy here are going to go achieve goals. You should all join me. And I start marching that way, and I make sure the skeleton's marching with me before I go too far. Are they following me?
They are following it. Yep, it is. The skeleton follows you, and it is marching in your same manner.
Excellent. I look nervous, and then when I realize it's happening, I go, "Yeah," and I keep going.
All right,
Well-
everyone else following along? Okay. The light that you saw off in the distance, you're headed off to the left now. You got that light off in the distance there, and you're going straight through the swamp here, and you are going to be... you've got about half an hour through the swamp, at which point... let's see here. Oh, there it is. That's the wrong thing. I lost what I was looking at. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. All right. Yep. As you're trudging through the swamp, it's wet, but it's not as muddy as it was before. And you notice about 30 feet off ahead of you, about 5 more of those cricket-like abominations kind of leaping around and splashing, and it doesn't seem like they've seen you yet.
Oh boy.
Serpentine.
I mean, we can maybe surprise and shoot them. There's like 5 of them. We could rock them pretty hard, or we could avoid.
We could sneak around them and not actually have to fight them at all.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that.
Who loves sneaking?
I believe Eric and Simon are extra sneaky. Maybe they could find us a route around the little buggers.
Yeah, I've got a number on stealth. Is that good? It's like a +4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Those of you trying to stealthily look around, trying to like explore, but without bringing any attention to you, roll me a d20. It's going to be a DC 15 to succeed, and you'll add any bonuses that you may have.
Okay, so I got a 9.
And I got a 12. I'm using my sneak silently skill. And I got a 12 in total.
Okay, so
Okay.
those would both fail, but you could burn luck, or you could expend a point of humanity. If you expend a point of humanity, you get to roll an additional d6, or you could re-roll. If you spend luck, you burn 1 point of luck, and you get that point back, except for you both have bonuses to that. So,
My 9 also didn't include the stealth 4, so that
Okay.
was
so
So
you're
that
up
should
at
be-
13.
13. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So Primi, if you spend 1 luck point for a halfling,
Yeah.
that gets you a +2, and you're good.
Okay, let's do that then.
Okay, so you can mark down your luck down by 1. Simon.
Yeah, just on the principle that one of 2 people being quiet is not actually very helpful. I will also burn a point of luck and roll my luck die and see what happens.
All right.
I rolled a 4 again.
Dang. Okay,
This
so
is a very lucky die.
that got you where you needed.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So you both, as you're like walking, you're walking through the swamp, trying to be extremely quiet, which is really difficult in the water. And then you both you step up and are just about to step on a large branch, and you both have your feet above it and kind of knock knees and like end up turning, getting distracted by each other. And then you catch the bit. Oh no! Don't step there. And then you like step over it and then start walking around. You're able to explore. You find an alternate path that's going to be actually much easier to traverse than the way you were headed, and that will go around those abominations. Took you about 10 minutes of exploring to find that path and then getting everybody else to come. I am going to have everyone else, not our sneaky folks, roll under your luck as you leave to follow them.
So I rolled a 20. That's probably really awesome in this one contest you're trying to roll under.
Not this time.
I rolled a 16. I'm also over.
I can't remember. In DCC, can you burn a luck point for a reroll? I don't think so.
No, but you could you could spend a humanity point for a reroll if you would like.
Well, you know what? I'm an elf and I'm wearing a cool crown, so fuck it. I'll burn a personality point. I'll go down to 9.
Okay.
And I'm going to reroll because a critical failure feels like a bad time here, especially.
Yeah, I'll do that after you.
Well, I got it down to a regular failure, so la-di-da.
If you'd
no,
like
actually, you know what? I got it down to a 17. I'll burn 2 luck points and get it to a 15. So,
all right. Yeah, I was going to mention to folks, if you want to, when you're burning luck, it doesn't just have to be +1. It can be -1 if that's it's meant to be a boon, so it can go either direction.
Okay. I'll have to burn. Okay, so sorry. Personality, I just drop it to a 17. Or sorry, I have an 18. I drop it by 1.
Yeah, it's not your actual personality score. That'll stay the same, but it's your humanity points, which start out equal to your personality.
Jesus, that is a lot.
Yeah, you've got a strong personality.
Okay, I'll re-roll it then. And I got a 4, well under this time.
Nice. And Elena, you succeeded?
I did, yeah, I got a 6.
Great. Awesome. Okay, so after all of this, like trying to be extremely cautious, realizing you're about to mess up, and then like, okay, I can do this. Breathe. You all get away. You manage to go move around. No one makes hardly a sound at all. The abominations don't notice. You're trudging through this area more through the weeds. It's getting to be solid ground at this point. You see trees ahead of you. The trees are more like silhouettes of trees, but you notice the limbs kind of stretching out and back in, almost like they're breathing. And off in that distance, we talked about that light pillar. That's starting to get a little bit more distant now. Yeah. Anything you all want to do here? You're getting to this kind of more forest area.
So we're going where the skeleton pointed us, but that's taking us away from the Pillar of Light.
It is, yes.
We want to go to the Black God, so I turn to the skeleton and I go, "Hey, now that we've gone a lot of like walking around and taking alternate routes and stuff, can you just reorient us? Which way? Point with your biggest finger. Which way to the Black God?"
So you've done like your winding path, and then the skeleton takes out its finger and starts to point, and it's just a little bit off to the right now.
Okay, so hey, it's Saphirphile, the artist who is illustrating Jarell in both Black God's Kiss and the Jarell in the Court of Truth in issue 3 of New Age Sword and Sorcery. Hello. We're deep under Jarell's castle in the Hellscape. And trying to find the Black God for power, but unfortunately we're fools. We'll see how that goes though. Anyway, so yeah, I'm sorry. Points kind of to the right, and is that like directly opposite away from the Pillar of Light kind of thing?
Nope. So as you like going around. The pillar of the light is further to the right now. If you were to turn almost like probably like 70 degrees or so, and then like where the skeleton is pointing is not back to it, but kind of like partially like that.
Okay, well, I turn to the group and I go, well, everybody, skeleton says that way to the Black God's statue. I know the light is very exciting, but this is not one of those Marvel stage plays where it always ends with a lot of light in the sky and all that stuff. I suspect what we're trying to do is actually in the direction the skeleton's telling us. So y'all down for going that way?
We were sent to get the Black God's power. If your creepy stick friend says that's where it is, there's no reason.
Her name is Vasilisa.
At all.
Thank you. I think.
What?
Her name is Vasilisa. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Every time you say that name, that glowing orb that's still following you just pulsing.
Oh yeah. I look over at the glowing orb like, yeah, I'm making new friends. This is good. And that web is hopefully feeling a little better. No, I got a whole ass menagerie around here. This is good stuff. All right, well, I go onward, servants. I mean, serfs. And I start...
just to be clear, my wizard has no idea what any of this stuff is, right? This is not some sort of like there's wizardly knowledge that she might have about any of this. It's okay if she doesn't, but I'm just curious.
No, but one thing your wizard would know is that there are realms beyond realms, and magic is in all of them, and magic is chaotic, and there's you expect that when there's magic, it's unexpected, I guess. Yeah. So it's not like this is to you is all just like, yeah, I've seen things like this. All right. As you pass through these trees, they start to reach out, kind of similar to that grass did, but it's just the shadows, and start to reach out. And we've got the strange shapes. Like some of them appear like they start to kind of split off branches, and kind of like their shadowy branches just kind of float up into the air, into the night sky. And it has been about, we're getting past, probably like, it's getting like 3.5 hours you've been out here. Almost 4, actually.
What can we do except march onward, ever onward, and forward, and so forth? And I start waving around my finger.
As we pass through these trees, they start to whip at you more. I'm gonna have everyone roll under your luck again for me.
All right, this seems bad, I admit. Oh, hey, I got a 2 under 14.
Yeah, I made it.
I rolled my luck precisely. That's not good, is it?
It is good. That is
Okay.
a success. Yep.
Sweet.
So you're able to break free as they start grabbing at you, and like none of them have actually like got a strong grasp on you. But one thing that you notice is this overwhelming, like terrible smell the further you go in this direction. And you can kind of see a little bit of a shimmer of a lake ahead.
Smells bad.
Yeah.
Oh no, the smell's degrading his use of language. Well, let's get closer still.
That was a little labyrinth.
Does there seem to be
sorry.
anything on the lake, near the lake, anything like that, or we just can kind of see the suggestion of water at this point?
At that, yeah, just kind of the suggestion of water, but you do, as you like start looking harder, you see almost like in the horizon just sort of like blackness, but there's an area that's almost like a deeper black than the rest that seems to be almost the shape of like a cathedral.
How much more black could it be? And the answer is none more black.
I've read in the ancient tomes that this is a crystal lake. We should watch out for masked assailants. Anyway, I start marching forward, leading on the group. I mean, you guys don't have to treat me like a leader. I'm just behaving as if I'm one because I have a crown, you see.
I like to lead from behind.
I'm about to shove him out of the way again, and then I'm like, those skeletons. And then I don't. I just go behind.
Yeah. Me and Vasilisa, who is either the globe or the skeleton or both, are carrying forward thusly.
as you get closer to the lake, you see a sort of shambling shadow emerging from the lake, and it appears as if it's like kind of like reaching and crawling, but it has 3 arms and it's got almost like a serpent head. This is far enough away that it's moving very slowly. I'm giving you all a chance to react, and then it keeps coming. And as it crawls out,
gun, dead bee.
cool. You all can make an attack if you would like from here. I will say it is moving very slow. If you're wanting to make an attack, I'm not going to make us go into an initiative order, but I hear that that's something that's happening. So you're shooting a blowgun at this shadow? Okay, great.
That's a 17 to hit.
Okay, let's see here.
If that doesn't hit, we're in serious trouble.
A 17, that will absolutely hit that. So you shoot a blowgun, this like little bee's stinger flies and just like passes through the shadow, and it stretches out its head. Another head like pops out, and it opens wide this mouth, and we can roll for initiative now.
I got a 17.
Did the bee seem to not hurt it at all?
It did seem like the bee did not hurt it.
I actually also rolled a 17. Interesting.
I got a 16.
Jeez, I thought I was doing well. I have a 15.
I can't
As
remember.
long as we're doing better than the 2-headed shadow creature, that's all that counts.
All right, so we got. Let's
Matt,
get.
for you, it's a D20 plus 2 because you're a level 2 warrior.
Yeah, it's 15 for me.
Okay, cool. So we got. Let me double check this. Elena 17, Simon 15, Hans 15, Eric Humblebrag 16, and Scissor Pizza 17. Did I get that all right?
Yeah.
I hear no complaints. Okay, great. Then that'll bring it to. I'm gonna have to say, Elena.
Right, so I observed that the bee passed through the shadow creature.
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't bode well. Am I aware that choking cloud does in fact require lungs for it to function, or is it more just kind of a generalized acid cloud that can acid eat stuff?
It is magic. So even if it may be that it does this like physical acid damage or choking damage, one thing that you have learned in your wizardly life is that magical things may work on things that they seem like they wouldn't. You never know.
In that case,
Always worth a try.
I'm going to cast that, yeah.
All right. And then do you have your spell table there for your result?
I do have my spell table up, and so do I have to first, just to walk me through, first I roll manifestation?
Yes, manifestation.
Then I roll corruption, or no?
Well, hold on. You don't roll corruption unless you get a critical fail. But what we're going to do is roll just to see what happens with the spell first.
Okay.
And before that, you're going to decide, do you want a spell burn to power up your spell? And then that's where you do some sort of like physical damage to yourself to kind of put into the magic.
And that lowers my...
It just adds to the result for the spell with the idea that higher results are generally better.
Okay. And do I have
for
to...
each point you put in, you sacrifice a point of physical attribute down to a minimum of a maximum of 3. You can't go below 3.
Okay. And by physical attribute, do we mean like strength, agility?
Strength, agility, constitution.
Stamina?
That's right.
Okay.
Stamina, yeah, sorry.
I have a fair amount of stamina burn, so that seems reasonable. Okay, so in the interests of saving everyone from whatever the heck this thing is, let's see. Elena's going to just roll up her sleeve and then just dagger carve a rune into her forearm, left forearm because she's right-handed. Let's. She flings the blood into the air as the choking cloud is a manifestation of her will and vital force.
All right. For the manifestation there's a roll for that on that spell. Did you roll for that? Is that with that like blood cloud you're describing?
Yeah, I haven't rolled anything yet. So what am I rolling? D20?
Yep. So you can go ahead and roll.
D20 plus 3 is my base spell check. I see that now, and I dropped my die. Okay. I'll roll a different one because I have multiple d20s on hand, thankfully. All right. That one was rolling really well for me, though, of course. Now I've lost my lucky die. That's an 8 plus 3, so it's an 11.
Okay. And then on your spell result table, I think an 11 is probably a failure, is my guess.
Yep, lost, failure. Dang it.
You have an opportunity now. If you would like, you can do a couple of things. You can burn as much luck as you want and pump that spell result up. You could also burn humanity, like spend a point of humanity to add a d6 to or to do a reroll. Or you could accept the failure.
No, I refuse to accept failure. I'll burn a point of humanity. I smeared the blood on my face.
Yes.
And let's do this. So I'm going to reroll, I guess.
All right. Yep. And then whenever burning a point of humanity, we don't have to get into this, but just so you all get a sense of like what the idea is, it's that you're mustering up your resolve, often through like bringing to mind painful memories or the lust of battle, things along those lines, to spirit yourself, right? So, and here, in the heat of it, you start smearing that blood all over your face, and go ahead and give it a reroll.
Okay, here we go. Okay, that is a 12.
All right, and you still have that bonus from spell burn.
Yeah. So that is a. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's a 9 plus 3, so it's a 12.
Okay, 12 will be a success. Do you want to burn any luck?
No, I'm gonna leave it at that, because if I burn luck, that would give me what, 1d4 or?
For you, it's just 1 point to 1.
Yeah, no, I mean 12 and 13 is the same result, so not worth it.
And you can burn as much luck as you want, but you can also roll with it. Let's hear what happens on a 12.
Well, this seems okay. One designated target is engulfed in a caustic, stinking cloud for 1d4 rounds, suffering a -1 penalty to all rolls, including attacks, damage, skills, and saves. The cloud follows the target; it cannot escape.
All right. Well, you want to roll that d4 for me, so you see how many rounds it lasts?
Okay. Let's see, d4. It is 1 round. Ooh. Okay.
All right. Awesome. Okay. And so that bloody mist cloud floats over to it engulfs it in this bloody mist, and the shadow seems to be kind of taken aback by that. It's kind of like sprawling, trying to like spread around in that. And then up next we have, it looks like we had another 15 with Hans, right?
Of course. All right. Is this thing... you just did some weird spell shit to it. Should I still go attack it, or does it seem like something's going on there?
Battle acid.
All right, I'm going to attack it.
All right. Are you going to go for a mighty deed in this attack, or are you going?
Yeah,
right.
I am.
Let's hear what you're thinking.
I'm going to say... what did the spell do to it?
It's basically giving it penalties for its reactions and its attacks and stuff. So it's going to be easier to hit. It's like basically kind of like it's distracted by this mist.
All right. Shit, man. I don't have any clever line other than I need to ask you a question, and then go and attack.
All right.
Oh, well, that's never a good roll. That's a 1.
Oh, awesome. Okay, fumble time.
Now, can I? Yeah, I'll burn the shit out of my humanity. I got like 17 of them left.
All right. Well, yeah. One of the things you can do with a humanity point is neutralize a crit or a fumble.
Oh, so I'll neutralize the fumble.
Okay, so you miss, but it's not going to be. There's a variety of bad things that can happen in DCC on a fumble. There's a fumble table.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Yep. So, all right. And then up next after Hans, we had. Oh, wait, did I skip Eric? I did. I apologize. Or did you go?
No, I didn't go.
Okay.
Presumably, I'm just like standing here in the forest having a panic attack. Which I noticed is actually not on my character sheet. I have a crossbow. Is it worth trying to shoot this mist engulfed thing with a crossbow to, like, I don't know, kill it or hurt it so we can get to that cathedral? Because I'm assuming there's a bathroom in the cathedral because I kind of have to pee.
There's only one way to find out.
Okay.
That's going to have to be your call.
Okay. I climb partway into one of the trees to get a better vantage point, so I've got the high ground. And I get out my crossbow, and I fire a bolt at it.
All right. You can roll a d20
Okay.
range attack.
6 plus 2, so that's 8.
All right. Do you want to burn any luck on that?
Is it gonna help? Okay, I still have 11 luck points. Is it worth it? Okay, yeah, let's do it.
All right. How much are you burning?
1.
Okay. So you get 2 points. Add that to your roll. What was the total?
That takes us up to 10.
Okay. The crossbow bolt goes flying just past over one of the shoulders of this shambling shadow as it's standing taller on the banks of the lake. Up next, we've got. Wait, did we get through everybody? Everybody got around, right?
I actually don't think I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Those of us down in the doldrums of 15.
So, sorry, Nat, shall I go or shall you?
Oh, go for it.
Yep.
I think you're
All
ahead
right.
of me.
I'm going to wave my hands around and try and look really fancy, but none of it actually has any magical effect per se. I just have to think force manipulation, and we'll see how that goes. And I should just realize I'm not doing manifestations because I'm a bad person who should smell bad. So blocks of blue energy descend from above to form. Well, what are they going to form? Let's find out. Nothing. They evaporate in front of me, and I'm like, I was supposed to do that. I got a 9, so just, and I forget how to do force manipulation for the day.
You gonna burn anything?
This is a gnarly fight, but no. I'm gonna lose force manipulation.
All right. Force manipulation is lost. As a reminder, you can spell burn to regain a lost spell. And we move on to Simon.
All right. I accidentally had the browser tab muted for a while because I'm cool and smart. Have we at any point seen a physical weapon actually affect this thing?
No.
Crap.
I got holy water, y'all.
I don't really have anything other than physical weapons. I also don't have that great of an intelligence, so I'm going to shoot another B at it and just hope for the best.
Okay.
That's a 5.
All right. That would be a miss. Are you going to burn any luck on that?
No.
All right. You take that blowgun out, give it a good, hard, and the bee just kind of goes, phew, starts flying off. Right.
That's one of my alive ones.
Yep. Okay. And then we've got our shambling shadow, which is has been climbing out of the lake, standing taller and growing as this has all been going on, and it takes this great stride towards you. And I mentioned that second head kind of popped out and started opening its mouth, opens it extremely wide, and then who has the lowest luck score here?
I'm at 13. I don't think I'm low.
Anyone lower than 13?
Yeah, I got
Mine's
a
down
12.
to 10.
Mine's 10 also.
Okay, for those of you who are 10s, we're going to roll it off. Just both of you roll a d20. Low roll is unfortunate.
19.
7.
Okay, Elena
Five.
the wizard. Oh, there was another one there. Okay, so we got a 5.
Sorry, I didn't. Mine was mine's a 12.
Your luck is a 12, so you're actually safe.
Okay.
Okay, so Elena, our wizard, what is your AC? I hope that it is more than 15.
No. I am unarmored. My AC is 10.
Okay. As this it just slams down its large head upon you, completely you're completely encased in its mouth at this point. and it is like sucking you up into your body. You're going unconscious. I will hold on that for you. Whatever you experience, we'll see. But as far as you all observe, Elena the wizard has just been swallowed whole by a shadow that crawled out of the lake.
Crap.
And that brings it up to, we've got our 17s were at the top. One of them is in there. And we'll come back to that. So that would be Scissor Pizza.
I'm horrified. I kind of looked at the skeleton as if, like, do you have any ideas? But I'm guessing nothing much comes of that. And I look over at Vasilisa the orb, ? And is it behaving any differently in light of everything? I mean, it's magical, weird light that came from where we are, so maybe it interacts with this thing somehow.
So the skeleton somewhat points to Eric Humblebrag's shawl, and then that is, yep, that's all the skeleton gives you.
Eric Humblebrag, your shawl somehow is relevant to the situation. You will with that?
Yeah, interesting. Anyway, my intelligence isn't that high either, but can you, he said, gathering his shawl closer because he's very protective of it because his grandmother made it. Can you order your subject to go attack that thing for us?
I mean, I don't think it would add up to much. I feel like it'd be a waste of a good subject.
Okay. Maybe there's something we can do with like this shawl, like a...
Yeah, but they're weird undead fiber skeletons. Like maybe they will actually do damage.
Yeah,
Oh.
that sticks.
Come on, they're bullshit. Just send them out
It is
there.
a magical
Stones famously break
skeleton from
The glowing
Blair Witch
orb?
movie.
Maybe?
With the glowing
Ooh,
orb.
glowing
Yeah,
orb.
like light
I know,
versus
that's
shadow? I don't
That's
know.
what I keep
Does-
thinking. That's
does
what I
it-
keep thinking.
Does it work with
I go-
shawl?
Is it cold?
I take the
Is it
shawl and I
cold?
look at the
Yeah.
I take the shawl, thank you, and I look at the skeleton like, and
Please don't damage it.
Oh, she's not-
Sorry, I just saw we shall.
We shall overcome.
Wow.
Oh, well, I'm leaving.
Okay.
I'm leaving. I'm getting out of this forest. Bye.
The skeleton takes the shawl as you hold up, and approaches the shadow and covers the shadow in the shawl.
Oh,
And the shawl, the shadow is gone, but Elena is left.
Oh. Hi, Elena.
Wow. You have a magic shawl.
Hashtag
That was
shawl in a
not
shroud.
good. Let's not do that again.
I love-
well,
worked
I go over and I guess I sort of poke at the shawl where on the ground just to see, you know, what's going to happen here. And
Real
unless
quick,
the
I'm just
shadow.
gonna jump in real quick. Elena, after being swallowed by a shadow, I'm gonna have you make a humanity check. So you're gonna roll a d20 and hopefully roll under your humanity points from however many you have remaining.
I believe I have 12 remaining.
All
So
right.
here we go. Hold on. That's an 8.
All right, great. Despite that being absolutely horrendous, you have managed to muster up you're feeling you still can be in this world for a little longer. And then, all right, Oliver, I interrupted you. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just going to poke at the shawl, and unless the shadow like erupts back out from underneath it, I will pick it up and hand it delicately back to Eric Humblebrag.
Alright.
So I have a feeling we should move fast. I feel like the sun's going to come over the horizon soonish, maybe in 26 minutes. Hard to say. So
Yep.
we should keep moving. You know, the more we hang around, the more these things might pop up. Okay. Sorry, if this was a classic old type 'em up adventure game, I would type "look" again to bring up the. So the forest is at our backs. The weird crystal lake is in front of us.
Yep.
Oliver knows probably what's at the middle of that lake, but what can we see?
So I described that cathedral you see in the center of the lake, kind of an island. It's really just that deep silhouette. And you do see off in the horizon, there is like starting to be that glimmer of like just like you can tell there's a little bit of light coming up the horizon. You probably have like an hour till daybreak, and you do not want to be exposed during daytime. The shores of the lake are like sandy. You can kind of walk around and explore if you like. Yeah, you don't see a path forward from here. Yep.
Okay, and there's definitely no sign of a big statue. Okay, so shoot.
I'm happy to scout forward, try to sneak and hide, and do all my standard beekeeper stuff, and try to see if there's an easier way forward or any sort of indication of civilization, boat, dock, a path, anything like that might be useful.
Cool. You can give me a stealth check.
So I have sneak silently and I have hide in shadows.
You can pick which one you want to be
Okay.
focusing on as you're doing this.
All right, I'm better at sneaking than hiding, so let's do that. 16.
Okay, awesome. I will be keeping that in mind as you wander through here, and then I'm going to have you roll under your luck as well as you're searching.
And that's my current luck, yeah, after
Yes.
having burned some points. Okay. No.
Okay, great. So as you're walking around, and you are very sneaky, you spend about 10 minutes or so exploring, and you're kind of walking around. You aren't finding anything yet. You haven't gone. It's not like you've gone around the whole lake, but just in this area that you've explored, you haven't found a path to this island yet.
All right.
There's still a whole section kind of like the other side of the island you haven't seen. You can't tell for sure that it even is an island, actually.
I'll report back to the group and say, well, I've successfully determined that there's not anything interesting here. So you're welcome.
Has your bird rested?
It's not a bird. They're bees.
No, I was talking to the one with the bird.
I look at my poor little bird, my first subject, NatWeb. How's NatWeb doing?
NatWeb's in rough shape. You could always try. You've just thrown him before and he starts flying, but I don't know if he's in good enough shape for that. There's only one way to find out.
I don't feel good about that at all. I look at Vasilisa and I go, so what are you for exactly? Where are you leading us? What are you doing, Vasilisa?
Oh, don't neg the maggot magic creature.
No, he's mad. These things happen. I feel like the dried mushrooms and stuff on his crown are like soaking into his skin a little bit.
It's really going to his head.
Yeah, I'm like hanging on to my crown with my free hand. Does Vasilisa respond or just sort of like hover there, like blinking and more?
Just sort of hovers there and like pulses stronger each time you say its name.
I look to the skeleton. Where's the black god now? Point with any finger that makes you happy.
Remember how the skeleton was holding a hand when you found it?
Oh yeah.
It takes that hand and then it points with one of its fingers at the cathedral.
I go, all right. We probably want shelter anyway, just in case the sun comes, because there's no way we're going to get back to the portal in time. Let's go to the cathedral. Nothing ominous about it. And I start marching forward.
All right, Thor will bring you right into the lake.
No, let's see where this goes.
How far out into the lake is the cathedral? I mean, is it swimming distance, or are we talking
Is it
like
swimmable?
Yeah, it's definitely swimmable.
All right.
Are
There's
there any
probably nothing
particularly
bad in this lake.
large fallen logs? Could we at least get ourselves like the world's crappiest raft strapped together here, maybe? Or
if you'd like to take a little bit to put together, try and grab a large. You can take some time, do some quick looking around. You can find some debris. I'm sure you can find something, but it's going to take time.
I mean, Hans has a battle axe, which I know is not a proper working axe, but maybe we could use that to like, even just getting down one decent sized tree that we can just straddle in a row and conga line on, and then use that to get us to where
It's
we're
on a
going.
log, yeah.
Yeah, it would be better than like me just walking into the ocean like I'll see you later.
I do have enlarge, but at this level, the effectiveness of it is not super great. So
You
I
can
don't know.
spell burn and burn luck and stuff, so you can actually get it to a really high result, even if
Yeah.
you know.
Can I, as a halfling, also give her any luck? Or...
Yes, you can.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool. No, the only reason I don't want to is because I just have this vision of gianting someone in the final battle that I'm kind of like holding on to. So that's the only.
Respect.
And I will mention that in DCC, there's no limit on how many times you cast a spell.
I thought there was.
Nope, you can cast it all the time, but bad things can happen still. So, like if you do fail and can't get out of that fail, then you can lose it. And sometimes worse things can happen. Okay, so are you pursuing this log chopping endeavor?
Yeah, Hans, we need you to chop some logs, please.
I'm back.
There's finally an opportunity for that one.
All right, I'm here to chop some logs. I would do it gladly. See, wood. Okay, all right. I rolled a 15 on my strength check. I got a 17.
You get some log, like nice huge chunk chopped down. You're just dragging that by yourself. No need for help. Right into the lake. Everyone can fit on this log. If you,
I am the chopper. Thank you to Aleph. He set me up there nicely.
Yeah. Actually, when it's my chance again, I'm going to cast a spell, and I think everybody else might ride the log while I ride a magic disc, if I can pull this off.
Nice.
We don't all fit on the disc.
There's only room for me and my skeleton friend if I cast it. Let's find out.
And all the pillows.
Did you say your disc isn't big enough?
It's too disky. What?
Let's see how that spell goes.
Okay, so I will spell burn 1 point, and I will burn my life to the goddamn ground if I have to get this.
Okay.
But I luckily don't have to. I roll a 15 on a 14 to 17 gets me the result I wanted for force manipulation, which is it forms a floating platform of force energy 3 feet above the ground. This disc-shaped 3 feet in diameter platform follows me at a distance of 5 feet, but can be commanded to move up to 25 feet away. It can carry up to 100 pounds per caster level. I'm a level 2, so 200 pounds can probably carry my ass and maybe a bony skeleton. So I just sort of summon it towards me and hop on. However, it remains for 1d6 plus caster level turns, and I wonder, Max, if as judge, you do you, but if I wanted to fuck over me, I would roll that privately and then just let me figure out how long the disc lasts as I try and get across the cathedral.
You know, I think, I will say that turns are a good chunk of time, right? We're talking like 10 minutes per turn. So you probably have time, but you rolled it. All right. That's how long you got. And just so you all know, as you've been chopping logs, casting spells, you can start to see just a little bit of some of the like sunlight breaking over the horizon now. It's probably going to be full on sunrise within the hour. And you're floating on this disc across the lake. Those of you who shoved off riding on a log into the water, you notice as you look down, you notice the glimmer of like gold, and you see all the like holy symbols, metal holy symbols, crucifixes, wooden ones, some like deep like in the water. It's like this water is actually, it looked black from a distance, but it's crystal clear. You can see perfectly to the bottom. I'm gonna all have you roll a will save for me. And that is going to be based on your sheet there next to like your stats. You've got your saves. You've got a modifier there, so you roll a d20 and add that modifier.
Oh my god, I am on fire tonight. 22.
Jeez,
Awesome.
I came up with an 8.
13.
Sorry, where's Will?
It's just to the right there, isn't it?
Yeah, to the right of personality on my sheet.
Oh, 1. Okay, so 16 plus 1, so 17.
All right, so what's that? Oh, you're actually safe.
Oh, okay, great.
Yep. So you're safe from floating on the disc above the water. Those who have been on this raft and touching the water, this log touching the water, notice these things. And I will say that Scissor Pizza does not see this. Looking in, it is just black water. And Simon Lejeune, you are compelled to hop off the log and swim down and go get some particularly valuable objects that you've seen. And so I'm going to have you make a swim check for me as you swim to the bottom. And everyone else is like, yeah, this stuff seems cool, but Simon just jumped off.
Really cursed Lake. What should I roll for that swim check?
It's going to be a D20, and we're going to use your strength, add any strength modifier.
All right, good thing I'm terrible at that. Okay, I rolled a 13.
All right, awesome. Yeah, you're swimming deep. You've got no problem getting deeper. You're actually really good at swimming. You're getting all the way to the bottom, and you just start collecting these objects, and you're loading yourself up with them. And I'm just going to give anyone else a chance to react here.
He has no problem getting deeper. This is great.
Yeah. He doesn't come back
Where
up.
all the treasure is.
He doesn't come back up.
Oh no.
That's not good at all.
Too much treasure.
Okay, so is there any way to kind of like break him free of this compulsion?
That there may be. I don't have a good answer for you on that one.
Okay.
Holy shit. Look at this.
Oh no.
This wizard with a keyboard just showed
Hey, a
up.
wizard.
A real
Look at how
wizard.
awesome that guy looks. What is going on here, you guys?
We should let him
Whoa.
save this guy. This is
Yeah. Okay. So now that the keyboard wizard is here, he's going to play a few soft notes and lull him back.
Lure me
vicious
back.
mockery.
You know
Let's go.
The sweet siren song of Dungeon Synth.
For those of you who know what the hell's going on and maybe you've just joined us, FEN WALKER is our great musical guest. We've got about 10 minutes left. We're going to go a little into overtime on this because I think we're close to a resolution on the game. Are you okay with that?
Awesome. Absolutely.
Awesome. All right. So we are all on a cursed lake. Everybody else is straddling a log as a kind of boat. I'm floating on a magic disc. Hurrah! And we're all trying to get to this big, night black, terrifying cathedral to try and find the Black God.
Excellent.
We'll see how that goes, though, because Simon Lejeune just got compelled to dive into the lake and drown while looking for treasure. Question
Okay.
mark?
Don't appreciate that.
Does it look like he's too far for my 10-foot chain to reach? I assume so, because if it's a lake. probably-
Further than 10 feet away, you asked?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Oh well. Oh, pobrecito. I will pray for his soul.
You start to see bubbles coming up from his mouth, and those of you who were under this compulsion or like saved against it, who can see through the water, you see that he's like slowly stopped stuffing his sack full of treasure and is just weighted down on the bottom.
Okay. How he's got it all stuffed, but is he just holding a sack?
I don't know if it's a sack or a backpack, but I think
He's not. He hasn't like Virginia Woolfed himself here. Sorry. God, that's dark. What I mean is he hasn't like
Not
put
yet.
stones in his clothing and waded into a river.
Yeah, he's. I mean, kind of.
But like, if I dove down there and tried to overpower him and pull him up, I'm pretty strong.
Yeah.
Is that possible, or is he just? Am I like picking stones out round after round here?
There's only one way to find out on that.
It doesn't matter because I use one of those things and I'm going to burn it and then I'm going to do it. And I rolled a 9 is not great for my first thing here. That's about an 11, but that's just to swim down, right?
Yeah. So you like diving in to swim down, try and save him. And you said you got an 11. Yep, that'll be enough to get you down there.
Okay. So I will do a deed actually. If I deeds don't have to be just attacks, right? They can be
it does
checks.
not. Yep.
All right. So I'm gonna do that too. And what I'm gonna do is try and just like you ever take a chicken wing and just like pull all the bones right down to the bones?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and do that, but with his clothing and all of the things weighing him down.
Awesome. So you're just gonna try and rip him out of his clothes.
I'm gonna like
30 seconds and you're just stripping me.
All right.
Yeah. And you're gonna have to deal with it. What's your strength, by the way?
It's more for the
That's
sword,
meta, don't
sorcery,
tell
and
me.
romance anthology.
Well, now you don't know where this is gonna go.
This is bodice ripping
It
in
could
the
be
most literal sense.
sorcery romance plus, like even subgenre.
Oh,
So I don't
wow.
know.
All right.
So you can make a d20 roll for that. That's going to be a strength check. So adding the strength modifier.
All right, so say I rolled a 4, and that's really shitty.
Yeah, you
Can
might
I
want to
do
burn
a-
some luck. Maybe
I'm
you
gonna
got a
burn a
halfling move that can
human-
give you some luck.
Either that or like, can I just burn a humanity?
Yes. Yep.
I have so many humanity. Like, can you explain to me? Do humanity do they come back later?
Maybe.
Okay, so we don't know. That's like your lifetime humanities.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. It's honestly
there's some possibilities that we don't need to get into all that. But
Okay.
yeah, it's not coming back anytime soon.
okay. That was like a system question. Okay, 15.
Yeah, and then your deed die
Oh yeah,
because this was a strength check there.
and my D die said a D3. I feel is it a
D4.
D4? Is that what you said?
Because you're level
D4
2.
when you're level 2.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool. I got a 4 on my D die.
It works. All right. Yeah, you can describe how you rip them out there.
All right, so I want you to imagine a chicken wing. No, I do. I just shred all of his clothes. He's down to his petticoat or his undergarments, whatever. And I'm
actually
Plunk.
wearing a beekeeper's outfit under all my clothes.
that's very weird.
All
All right.
Last
So
check for this piece is another swim check to try to pull him up. This is going to be harder than just swimming down.
Okay.
So this is the last check on this piece, and I think we're making it through the swimming in the lake.
Now I rolled a 6, so I'm gonna burn another humanity, right? I can still do that.
Yep.
Wow, I'm doing a lot for you there. $45 haircut.
That was with tip, by the way. So not judge me too hard.
Yeah, but is that USD or Canuck bucks?
USD, real money.
See, you don't understand. Okay, Canuck bucks are so weak. Okay, an 18, baby, total. Oh,
All right, that is enough to get you up there and bring him up. And then Simon Lejeune, would you like to know if you're dead or not? Because
I would love to know.
all it depends on is roll under your luck. If you do, you cough up a bunch of nasty brackish water. If you don't, you're dead.
All right, we need a 14 or lower. I got a 6.
All right, you cough.
Live and loaded with treasure. You're welcome.
You're not actually. That was part of what got left.
Oh,
behind,
that was the chicken
unfortunately.
wing.
You now have no items either. It's just you in your beekeeper suit that is your underwear. And you all drag and manage to push this log off. You get to this island, and clearly in front of you are these the black marble strange cathedral, and at the base, right out in the open there, is this strange statue, a creature. It is sitting atop these 3 humanoids that are part of the statue, and its head is outstretched and its lips are pursed. And whoever would like, I'm going to leave this up to you all. I see our Scissor Pizza is feeling compelled by the pursed lips, and you may approach.
If my disc is still here, I would love to float up on my disc. I will sit legs akimbo right on the front end of the disc, and I will just float out to the statue so that I'm at kissy height, and I will look back at everybody else, and I will look at the statue, and I'll look at the skeleton, and I'll go, yeah. What does the skeleton do?
Nods.
All right, skeleton's down with it, everybody. That's probably making this okay. So
I'm going to have everyone make a humanity check as you see the statue, and then Scissor Pizza, you can describe what's happening. That humanity check, roll d20 under your remaining humanity points.
Failed.
All right, awesome. Anyone who fails, you lose another humanity point.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the same as personality, right?
It was at the beginning. If you haven't burnt any, then it is.
Okay, well, I haven't burnt any for personality,
Okay.
but it's 10 and I rolled a 10.
You're good. Yep, equal
Okay.
to. All right, now back to Scissor Pizza.
What else am I going to do with the Black God in the scenario? I give it a big kiss. Just
All
like
right.
Bugs Bunny kissing Elmer Fudd and Drag. Just mwah.
As you kiss it, you feel this sort of like electrical pulse throughout your body. You feel more powerful than you've ever felt before. Roll one more humanity check.
Brutally fail.
All right, you lose 5 points of humanity.
I'm down to 3.
And you all sort of shimmer out of existence and appear back at the entrance of the portal where you came, standing in the morass up to your knees in mud. And I'm guessing, yep, that you're back there. You've kissed the Black God. You've brought back with you the power. Do you want to go into the outside of this? You've succeeded.
Well, it's hard not to get super metatextual with this because I know the story pretty well and I've been rereading it lately for obvious reasons. But Guillaume's not here, so what do I do with it? You know what? Let's get a tiny epilogue and then we'll call it a game. I'll walk into the court before mighty white-haired, I'm surely still intensely yellow-eyed Jarrell.
Can I shove him out of the way right now?
I'm just kind of vibing. Don't touch me, I say, before you try. I might shit myself. I don't know what's happening here. This is really heavy. Whatever I'm carrying, there's a lot going on inside.
When a man says he might shit himself and it's heavy, you just let him pass.
The log is going to hit the net. I walk a little closer to Jarell and I kneel and I go, I have what you sought.
She looks at you and says, I think only you know how to use it. When you all came back, time has passed differently than where you expected. While you spent, actually, it was 7.5 hours there. When you returned, the army, the gates are upon Jory and pounding against the doors, and I'll leave it for you to describe what you do.
I flex.
Nice.
I feel like
that
I'm
kind of thing.
taking
And
on
also, I do that to Nat, who's like choking up water and stuff. Still, I just like
I still really
predator class.
I barf up a couple of beads from a necklace.
Slap him on the back. We do a bit of a comedic outro.
A couple leeches pop out and a little shadow creature floats off.
Well, I feel like my characters lost their mind a little bit. I'm down to 3 humanity. I'm still wearing the crown, and I've got this thing inside me, and maybe the skeleton buddy and the orb still.
Yeah,
so I'm getting full of hubris, and I'm just going to sort of, if you remember the end of Doctor Strangelove, like the very end where Doctor Strangelove gets out of his chair, and so it's like, with that energy and intensity, I get up from the ground, and I turn, and I go to the doors that are being patted upon, and I'm going to throw them open and go, welcome, my subjects, at the top of my lungs. And I don't know if we cut to black and we all die, but that's what happens.
They all kneel before you. And you turn in, like, your veins all blacken and seems permanently that way. And the end. Thank you for playing.
Yes. Thanks, Max. That was really fun.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for having me. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, man. That was a blast.
I thought I was going to kill someone, but you all saved them.
You did.
I mean, you made a noble effort, and honestly, that was really fun. And I mean, even I think if I wasn't familiar with the setting, I would have found that really deeply intriguing. But as someone who knows the story, I just was delighted the whole way through. So yeah, thank you so much for that. If you can, maybe before you go, I don't have it handy because I'm a big dummy. I know you emailed it to me. The link for the pre-order store.
Oh yeah.
I think I found it.
Okay, awesome.
I found it.
Do you have Canadian-friendly shipping? Asked the Canada guy who's... It's so hard to get stuff. It's the worst.
I believe so.
It literally is the worst.
It's the worst, man. People take this for granted, but we get destroyed on shipping in so many ways. When I hear Americans complain about shipping, I just want to flip out. Sorry, guys. I love you, all my American friends.
It bothers me too. I mean, literally, I could drive to your country in like 4 hours.
it's
Why
brutal.
can't we ship stuff to you?
We're getting hosed, eh?
I only recently discovered all of the Quebec laws surrounding online commerce, and they are awful. And I'm sorry.
They are bizarre. Yeah, my best friend lives in Quebec, and every year it is like a gong show of trying to like do end runs around the laws to have a company ship something to his apartment. Oh, and they're publishing. Don't get me started on that, unless I have another drink.
Canadian governments need to say swords and sorries. Go, Oliver.
There we go. There we go. We have to build to that. Well, for what it's worth, I can say a brief commercial. We do have our international shipping thing for New Age Sword and Sorcery, so Canadians get $5 US off shipping. It's our
Very
attempt to try
appreciated,
and
my
ease
man.
the pain a little bit. $10 off outside North America. Americans get no discount because you're doing fine. The shipping's not too bad.
We're not doing fine.
You're doing
You know,
fine
as a country.
You're shipping. You're doing it. You got medium.
Nobody's
anyway.
doing fine, by the way. Just so we're
That's
clear,
actually
nobody's
very good
doing
point.
fine.
Nobody's doing fine anymore.
Yeah.
Before
Sorry,
we
Oliver.
move on, that's okay. Before we move on, I just want to say again a big thank you to Max, big thank you to the whole Black God's Kiss crew for sort of teaming up with us for this whole endeavor. It's been really fun, and I can't wait to see the finished product. I really enjoyed what I was able to read in the preview PDF, and I actually skimmed it a little bit looking for secrets during the session. I was like looking for shelter at that table. I was like, maybe we're going to do that, but I thought best to push for the cathedral. Does anybody in the chat, real quick, like I'm just gonna give you 6 seconds here. Anybody have a question for Max about the setting, about the rules, about where to, well, we have where to get it. We have the link, the pre-orders. Any questions? All right, everybody feels they know everything. They're full of knowledge. They all stared at the orb and it blinked and they felt good about it, just like I did. So that's fine. Max, I thought you did a great job there. Thank you again so much. We will be sharing. Anybody who here is watching right now is going, oh, wait, I didn't get the link. Don't worry again. It'll be in the chat. We'll probably share it again before we say good night tonight. And in our big victory campaign update to the Pro, which I feel confident saying we'll have because we would have to lose so many backers not to fund at this point. All right. With all that being said, FEN WALKER, thank you so much for being patient. He's back after triumphantly impressing the hell out of us at our Dungeon Synth night last Friday to do a set of live music. Everyone who is on camera, you are welcome. I'm going to turn off my camera and mic during the performance just to let people focus on FEN. But you're welcome to keep hanging around. And after the music, we're just going to chill and see if we can't get us. How much do we need here? Darn it, we need 10 backers. 10 backers, folks. If you can get 10 friends to pledge $2, like, that's it. That's the tattoo, man.
You will get a live reaction from Nat, the man who's getting tattooed, if we hit 666, the stretch goal number.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have to sort of hop off presents-wise. As Oliver knows, all I've eaten today is a kid's snack pack of pretzels. So I need to go have dinner.
Come on, you're going to
yeah.
treat your body better than that. You can't. You're
Yeah.
not going to get gains.
You would think. But I'll have my laptop on and open as I put calories into me. So, if we hit the magic number, I'll be here.
I must also hop off because I have actual kids and they are not asleep and they require my expert parental guidance in order to reach the shores of Dreamland.
Fair enough. Thanks for joining us, Val. Primi, thank you so much for joining us for the games. It's really awesome.
I'm sticking around for a little while afterwards.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you for that. All right, everybody, let's all turn off our cameras and whatnot to let FEN take the stage. Oh man, that was so awesome and such a great follow up to our game and such a wonderful ingredient in our big crowdfund finale. Ah man, thanks so much for showing up. How are you doing, Ben?
Good, yeah, everything's great. Thanks for having me back. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I have some big shows coming up, so it's nice to play in front of people and have people enjoy what I do. So, yeah.
Well, hey, I mean, at least we can do is give you the opportunity to let people know what are those big shows, where are they happening, how can they attend? Am I muted? Sorry.
So one of the
Oh,
biggest and I want to say first, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the first, I think.
Oh, no.
Two guys. And this fest a few years ago, and it's kind of whereas many Dungeon Synth they enjoy each other's company, right? So yeah, this second year I believe back together in person. We had a couple of them online due to COVID, but so yeah, that's over in Worcester, however you say that, over by Boston. So yeah, I have the honor of being able to go to that. That's going to be great. So I fly out for that in a couple weeks, and then a new fest out flying down part in that. Really cool. I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, we.
Sorry,
I
dude,
think we're
feel
getting
like
a little bit
losing
of
you,
internet traffic.
Oh,
Is
there we
kind
go.
of causing things to be a bit choppy. Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Can
man.
you hear us
I
now?
was able to catch that you're going to Worcester near Boston, but we didn't catch much else. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Like after that
If you're comfortable repeating, where are the shows?
or before? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so one is Northeast Dungeon Siege, which is one of the first fests. It's where all the Dungeon Synthers get together and do their thing. So big honor to be able to go to that and check it out. And that was started by Somber Arcane, who are one of the big bands in the scene, and they got everything together. So it's been a really cool thing to go to, or at least watch through COVID. That was kind of a big event for me. Austin, and that's being held in a venue called the Tiny Minotaur, and from what I understand, it's kind of like a big role-playing LARPing venue. So that should be very cool and very interesting. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Awesome. And, just in case people missed our live stream last Friday where you performed and were interviewed, could you tell us what is your latest musical release that's either upcoming or has just happened, and where people can get it? We just dropped your Bandcamp in the chat, by the way, for anybody who's here
thank
that
you.
hasn't checked the chat. Yeah. So what's the newest FEN WALKER release?
Please. Did one with a friend of mine. It's a split album, and it's called. Let's see if I can remember the name. I have long, convoluted names for all my albums. It is Behold Visions from the Scrying Pool. And so I did. Glass's Dying Earth books. And so he's got this very unique style of music that is very different, and so I just knew I had to do a split with him. So that was my most recent one, and then my most recent full length that I did just by myself was called Fare Thee Well, Battle Winds.
Awesome. And
You can find all that
all right, and just to give it a shout out, because I thought it was so cool when you mentioned it to us last Friday, could you refresh me and let anybody know who didn't hear last Friday what is the name of the album, the concept album you did around Andre Norton's Witch World? Because this is the audience for that.
Can you repeat that last bit?
Yeah, sorry, we're having connection issues, unfortunately. What I was saying was, could you also, just for anybody here who wasn't listening last Friday, could you please repeat the name of the concept album you did around Andre Norton's Witch World? Because I think this is really like the right audience for that.
Yeah, so really it was more just had one song on there. The album is by my metal band Space God Ritual, and the album is called Eldritch Tales. And, you know, it has Lovecraftian stuff on there. It might have an Elric song on there. And then we have The Web of the Witch World, which was our into at the time.
Right. Pardon me, I misremembered a little bit, but still very cool.
I just want more Tregarth books.
Nice. All right. Well, I mean, thank you so much again for guesting with us. You're welcome to just chill if you want to, or if you want to head off and do something else, of course. I won't hold you prisoner. But yeah, again, everybody, if you really enjoyed that performance, please look in the chat for the link, or you can see on the screen there, to FEN WALKER's Bandcamp. Also, actually, I would be remiss if I didn't mention one other thing before we moved on, which is if you look in the background there of FEN WALKER's performance space, you will see some beautiful framed paintings. And we busted the double identity last week, so I feel like we can do it again. What is the name of the artist of these marvelous paintings? Can you tell us?
Brendan Elliott, and you can go to Brendan Elliott Art on Instagram, and I have all my fantasy art on there you can check out. Yeah, been painting for a few years. I do quite a few commissions for different Dungeon Synth acts, and it looks like I might be starting to get into some more heavy metal territory, which I think is great.
Nice. I really enjoyed since last Friday going through Instagram and just poring over it. You know, it's definitely of the kind of style and vibe that we were talking about when we were talking about in general, like Dungeon Synth and SNS, and the kind of like, it just has a real passion to it. It has a real DIY feel. It has a real, like, you know, only you could have done this art. You know, it doesn't have a kind of glossy house style to it, right? Again, not to name names, but, you know, something we talked about, how, like, some big companies kind of have this glossy house style that's, like, technically proficient, but doesn't feel very, I don't know, it doesn't have a lot of soul to it. I love how much, like, personality and soul and passion I can feel coming off the page, coming off the Instagram account, when I go through your stuff, man. It's just got such personality. I love the expressions that you capture. I love the physicality of the characters. It's real tight. I love it, man. And I really hope to see more and more as time goes by. So, yeah, okay. So we're going to move on to more crowdfunding stuff. As I say, you're welcome to hang, or you're welcome to leave, whatever you want to do. But in the meanwhile, before we call it a night, actually, does anybody have any questions for FEN WALKER? Anybody have any questions at all? We're up to 662 backers. Actually, Brendan, maybe I didn't mention this. Sorry, I'm losing track a little bit here, maybe. But we have an ultimate kind of stretch goal for the campaign that we made a kind of as a joke, although we did make sure that the person offering up their flesh was down with it. Our layout and design guy, Nat Webb, a while ago, before we launched the campaign, he said to me, he's like, Oliver, this is crazy, but you know, I kind of want to get a new tattoo. What if we made me getting the Ness, the New Age Sword and Sorcery Battle Axe, like made that a stretch goal? And I was like, okay, well, we got to make it something pretty wild. We can't give that away too cheap, you know? And so we talked about it, and we were like, well, last year we got 479 backers. So this year we'll probably get a bit more, but like, let's say 666, just to pick a number. And blow me, we are at 662 backers. We're only 4 shy of the devil number.
4 more,
and getting
baby.
him a new tattoo, right? Like, how cool is that? I honestly,
well, I gotta say that it won't be the last tattoo of that logo, because that is a sick logo. I'm sure there'll be other people getting that tattooed on them. I have no doubt. just saying.
Well, actually, funny you should mention. I promise, folks, I didn't set up Brendan for this. I just do a good bad salesmanship voice. Funny you should mention, Brendan, because I want to give credit to Meg Evans, a dear old friend of mine. We went to high school together not that long ago, honestly. She designed our logo, bless her. And also, something I before, in the lead up to the campaign, we were trying to get as many people following the campaign page as possible, because that's the whole crowdfunding thing. You want as many people following you to get as many possible first-day backers, blah, blah, blah. So, as an incentive, I was like, hey, if we make, I can't remember anymore, but it was like a big number. I was like, if we make this number of followers by the end of the week, I'll put up a stretch goal for me to get a tattoo as well. We didn't quite make that number, but we got so close, and I felt bad. I was like, well, people were really cool. They really helped share the campaign. I got to give them something. So I thought about it, and I was like, I know. And I looked into it, and you know what? Rub-on tattoos are not that hard to get custom made. And so, as a kind of like consolation prize for me not quite getting to a place of offering up my own skin, and as a thank you to all of our backers who got us fully funded, like minimum funding, 100%, in 60 hours, basically. Less than 3 days, or just barely 3 days, on the third day, whatever. Which was so welcome, so nice. It means I was able to, I've been engaged this whole campaign, but unlike last year where it took us 27 days to get to 100%, last year was I was just fighting to the death, emailing people every day, being like, where can I post about it again? Oh my God. This year, I just got to sit there and go, wow. And then day 3, ever since then, I've been working hard to promote it, but kind of a fun way. I've just been able to chill the fuck out. And I have been so grateful for that. But I thought the least we could do is, for funsies, give everybody who backs us at a physical pledge tier, right? So if you're getting a soft cover or hardcover of the magazine at whatever level, you get a free rub-on tattoo of the Nest Battle Axe. Why not? If you get that, have fun. Take a photo of wherever you stick it.
Why
as long
not?
as it's not
I
too
love
rude.
it.
Yeah, why not, right? It's funny too, because we've got this rub-on tattoo. And then it's as if 11-year-old Oliver kind of took over the campaign planning for a minute, because we both have the rub-on tattoo and something that is also a crowdfund exclusive. I was like, we want to have a reward for backers period. We want to have a reward for returning backers, people who got us last year coming back. We want to have a reward for people who back us in the first 48 hours. That's 3 rewards. That's a lot. How do I do all this and keep it kind of together, keep it unified? Oh, hey, I know. When I was a kid, I really loved sticker books. Did you ever do those, Brendan, where you got the sticker packs and you match number 5 to frame number 5 in the sticker book?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yep.
Guess what, man?
Most definitely.
In the back of issue 3, we've got a sticker book page. And so all backers get one big sticker that's like a work of flash fiction, 600 words short story, very short story. And then anybody who is if I remember correctly, pardon me if I'm messing this up, if anybody who is a returning backer gets the art to go with that story, although it is available as an add-on. People who return got it for free, but you can buy it for $2 in the add-on section, because I don't want to make that too exclusive. Give everybody a chance to have the art. And similarly, anybody who was a first 48-hour backer would get our sort of wackiest, wildest sticker, in my opinion, which is continuing a tradition we started last year, a sword and sorcery themed cocktail recipe concocted by Kevin over here. Last year we had the Elric and we had the Drelagerie. So, I don't want to spoil anything. Oh, Kevin, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, as we discovered, I conceptually kind of went with the Elric before I drank it. It's good. But just as a warning for anybody who thinks, oh yeah, I'm going to get myself 10 Elrics, you don't want to do that. It's very much, this is something very strong and intense for a Melnibonian to drink and for the rest of the humans to cower in fear, because it is strong.
Yeah, you have 5 or 10 of those, it'll swallow your soul into the sword stick, right? And actually, the illustration for that, I'm a big fan of. I mean, I like both, but Gary McCluskey was the illustrator who did both illustrations for our cocktails last year. His drill was tight. If you look carefully in the background, you can see she's in a bar, and on the storefront glass in reverse, because it would be, is the name of the bar Black God's Kiss. But the Elric illustration I thought was a little extra fun, because Gary had a great detail where he made it so Elric's in an alchemical magician's lab, and so it's a mixture of weird magician shit, but also bar stuff. And then he's stirring a cocktail, and if you look at the stir stick, of course, what does it look like? It's a little tiny Stormbringer, a little black sword. It was great, man. So yeah, so that third
That's
sticker,
awesome.
right? So that third sticker will be in each. It will be a new cocktail, and it will have a little doodly illustration, kind of whatever, not a huge one, but it'll have an illustration as part of that same sticker to go with the cocktail. Again, it's available in the store if you weren't one of the first 48-hour backers. Don't worry, we want to make these accessible, but kind of reward people who get in early. You know how it goes. So yeah, we got rub-on tattoos, we got sticker pages. As an add-on, we've got the Rainbow Metal logo pins. I can't wait to see those in the world. Each one, the way they do the Rainbow Metal is unique, so everybody's pin will be a little different from everybody else's. I think that's pretty cool. And actually, one thing I don't think I'm gonna just check right now because maybe I'm silly, maybe I'm missing it. Okay, so one of the things is that you guys might have noticed if you're following the campaign is we had some very high tier pledges. I didn't want to just do arbitrary ones, I would you get a producer credit or something. Like I wanted to make them actually have an impact, right? So I thought very hard about that in the run up to this, and ultimately I decided, hey, one thing we love, one thing we're very proud of with the magazine is our art. We have a large variety of art, and thanks to you all being so awesome and getting us very quickly through the first stretch goal, double art. So 2 illustrations for every story, 4 for the couple of double link stories we have, the new Jarell and Dariel Keogh Orhan the Snow Leopard story in issue 4. We have all this art. We have so much good art. Well, I was like, what more can we do with that art? In writing, there is a term you may have come across or maybe not. It's called Tuckerization. I don't know the origin, actually. I assume it involves someone named Tucker. But it refers to when you put the name of somebody you know in your story. So just for fun, you might have like Kevin Beckett or whatever show up in your fantasy tale, right? And Tuckerization is sometimes a fun reward in crowdfunds. But I was like, how do we take this further, right? This is the question I always like to ask with our crowdfunding and our magazine in general. And I was like, what if we do art Tuckerization? So, Simon Underwood in the story he's illustrating, 2 of the faces you see in the art will be faces of backers who pledged at that level, right? And oh my god, I'm so distracted. Right, and Gary McCluskey, coming back to him in the story he's illustrating, there'll be 2 faces that are going to be faces of backers who will send in reference photos, right? So there'll be like the guards fighting the heroes, or there'll be some guy getting stabbed brutally in the background, or whatever. And we opened up just today the 3rd and final Get Your Face in the Magazine tier. This is with Damiano DeMarco. He was in issue 2 last year, and he'll be back for more beautiful art, 2 illustrations in a story by Thomas Ha. No spoilers there. I'll just say that's the author. And one of the 2 faces has been claimed, so there's still one last final chance for anybody who's willing to pledge or maybe upgrade their pledge to be immortalized in art in the magazine. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. Maybe I'm a little biased. Who knows? In the meanwhile, while I've been blabbing, why don't we see where are we at with the whole thing? So we're at 662 backers, 4 backers until we get the tattoo, guys. Like it's so close. That's like
So if you tell your friends to pledge $2 to get updates, that will make Matt get a tattoo.
Yeah, I can't stress enough. I mean, I was just pushing, the $250 fancy pledge, but you know what? I won't say no to a $2 campaign update pledge, especially because that will get us, as Kevin said, it'll get us closer to Nat getting a tattoo, man. Oh god, that'd be great. So 662 backers. I'm not joking, folks. If you had asked me 8 a.m. like yesterday, hey Oliver, do you think you guys are gonna get the tattoo pledge? I would have said no. But here we are in this last push. Y'all have really come out and done marvelously at sharing the campaign and helping spread the good word, like it's a new religion. Well, we do have a symbol. So, thank you so much. I honestly, my mind is blown. And you know what else? Actually, we're very close to. I mentioned it at the start of the stream, but maybe you're just coming in. We are currently at $32,237. Bonkers. More than double what we raised last year. So much more than I expected. And it's going to list all kinds of great things, all the upgrades I mentioned, including the fact that, we're very dedicated to paying our writers and artists as much as we can here, which is why after our first 2 stretch goals, the art one and the shipping discount, it's just nothing but alternating author and artist pay upgrades. And we are currently working on our last one. I mean, if we go through it, heaven forbid, we keep going still, I'll do another one, But when I was doing the math for everything, I only calculated up to a certain point because I was like, we'll never go past there. I will never even get there. Oh, it would be ridiculous. And yet here we are. working on the quote-unquote last pay raise, which is another one for the authors. And for those of you who like to follow the sci-fi fantasy like publishing scene, just FYI, there is a pay rate that is essentially considered the baseline, like that and above is professional pay rate, 8 cents a word. The SFWA, Sci-Fi Fantasy Writing Association, kind of big, southern body for this whole endeavor. That's what they say it is, so that's what we go by. And you know what? Our magazines have gone from nobody gets paid in December 2022 with our 11 tiers, prototype issue 0. People get paid semi-pro rate last year, no shame on that. I was very happy we funded last year for those reasons. To pro rate, less than 2 years, when Nathaniel Webb and I looked at each other and said, what if we did a magazine? Holy, whatever, it's late. We're all adults. Holy fucking shit. That is some good progress. And again, like, I mean, it wouldn't have happened without Kevin and Matt and Valerie, Jordan Douglas Smith, our first copy editor, Valerie, our current copy editor. It wouldn't have helped without great people like Matt John helping promote us. It wouldn't have happened without cool ass people like FEN WALKER joining us for our live streams and just helping, connect other communities to the Sword Sorcery community. Because, if there's one thing I believe so strongly about, I made it very clear. It's in there in our slogan. It's there in our logo. I love the classics. I love the SNS choir, the old school boys. But if this thing's going to grow, if it's going to survive, it's going to keep going. We got to keep widening that circle, making more people welcome, bringing in more communities, and that's part of what we've been doing, and part of what you've been doing by inviting your friends and family and whoever else you can think of, to check out the magazine, check out Sword and Sorcery in general, talk about it, check out the classics, share your opinions, check out the contemporary stuff, and share your opinions. It's just it's happening, and I can feel like I'm floating a little bit, and I'm going to get up on a soapbox and really start preaching if I don't stop myself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a break from my gums flapping, and I'm going to throw it over to Hans Kimball there, aka Matt John. Matt is the host of the Rogues in the House podcast, the Sword and Sorcery podcast. Y'all should check it out if you haven't already. They have been wonderful supporters of what we're doing, as well as the whole SNS community. they are a great hub that predates New Sword and Sorcery. And I say they because there are other people on the show, but Matt's who's with us tonight.
Yeah,
Matt,
come on. I'm the face. I'm the face
you're
of
the
Rick.
face.
Come
you're
on.
The pretty
What are
face.
you talking
got
about?
the nice jawline there.
It's not it's not Richard Dreyfuss's face from Jaws.
You got the maritime lobster face.
That's right. That's right.
Here.
That's a good point, though, Oliver. I don't think anyone ever pointed out that Rogues in the House is populated by very attractive men. It is. Logan's good looking. Dean, Jesus Christ, he's like 65 years old. He's like 73. And he looks like he's Captain America before being frozen in the ice. Then you got Alex. I met Alex for the first time at Gen Con, and he's like jacked now. And I was like, this is bullshit, because now you're catching up. I don't like this. Anyways, I turned my camera on because I wanted to make sure, in case anybody was just listening, that when they're saying the tattoo, it is Nat, N-A-T. It is not M-A-T-T. Now, I know you know this if you're following things online, but guys, I've not done it yet.
You in the shatter.
I'm not doing it, man. I wouldn't do a tattoo.
Matt, 777 backers. Come on, do it.
No. You can't. Come on.
I'm kidding. First of all, if that happened, I don't know what I would do with myself. The campaign ends at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. I know if you've been following, you might have heard me say 8 a.m. But guess what? I'm stupid. I tried to set the campaign time to end at 8 a.m. But Backer Kit is a West Coast operation, so they go by PST. And I was like, 3 hours behind. And somehow I went work, and I set it 3 hours ahead. So, okay, fine, 11 a.m. PST. If we hit 777 backers by then, I would question my sanity.
That'd be awesome. It would be awesome.
I wouldn't mind, but I wouldn't know what the hell happened. I would put my own skin in the game before anyway.
I will. You know what I'll do? I'll be super hardcore. I'll go back to some serious metal roots, okay? And I will carve Slayer into my arm, okay?
Whoa.
Just carve it. I'm kidding. That's if no one in the metal scene has ever seen that. Some big Slayer fans carve themselves with Slayer. I'm not going to do that.
I mean, Rogues in the House would get some real cred if that happened.
FEN WALKER is leaving the house, so just want to give one final goodbye to awesome set again.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, man, very dope. Loved
And
it.
like everybody else, I bought his complete discography tonight.
I mean, who wouldn't? It was so good. Like I'll be honest. Like I was very intrigued by Dungeon Synth. I liked some of the stuff I'd heard, but as I said last live stream, I was no expert. I didn't know the scene. I didn't know it inside out. And so, I've been very happy to find myself very rapidly falling deeply in love with it. And in no small part, that's because of FEN WALKER's awesome live streams. So yeah, no, it's what a great addition to everything we're doing in the whole crowdfund promo magazine, Body Blue.
And it's so cool to have the multimedia, right? Like I love that the tunes are there, and it's not even like heavy metal. It's like it's a different. It's got metal roots, but the fact that you've got this sort of ambience vibe going on, plus your art, plus your stories, like you just need to throw some MP4 files into the magazine and like have some Deathstalker level.
Oh my god! If we ever, man, imagine like a really big stretch goal where it's just like for an SNS short film. Like I would do the hell out of that.
Oh
and
yeah,
just like I don't
fog
know,
machines.
Yeah, and maybe the same way that like Dungeon Synth has gotten really into the tape cassette, as a medium of delivery, we just get a bunch of VHSs, somehow pack that in the envelope with the magazine.
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with my issue? It's all jammed up. Okay, in the middle, we got, we did an extra long movie for this year, so that's why it's 2 VHS tapes. You got a forced intermission. Remember that?
I'm gonna go buy light gels right now so we can get a lot of blues and greens. And
I bought a fog machine actually last week on a whim.
Kevin's, you have all the things we need for a sword and sorcery movie happening like right now in your background there.
Yeah,
got the lasers,
including the vest. Including the vest. We can repurpose that vest into like all the garments we would need.
Okay.
Yeah. So many loincloths.
So many.
We are at 2 backers to go. So we have someone who has a book out this week.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get to 666 while she's talking about her book.
Awesome call. Preemie, come on down. You know what? We like I was saying earlier, we're about community, about good vibes. We're not going to be selfish and only talk about our publication tonight. Preemie, you have a new book. Please tell the good people why they got to run out and buy 10 copies.
Oh, maybe they should run out and buy 10 copies. I don't know. Okay, so first of all, this is my second book out for the year. The Butcher of the Forest, which is kind of a sword and sorcery title. I don't know. Came out February 27th, so that was the first one out. And then the one that came out this week that I'm kind of celebrating now is my only novel for the year, The Siege of Burning Grass. So Butcher is a dark kind of fairy tale vibe story about a woman who has to go into a magical forest to rescue the 2 children of the local tyrant who's been brutally conquering her people for many years, but of course the consequences are worse if she tries to say no. And Siege is about a pacifist that's been unwillingly teamed up with a military fanatic to go on a probably suicide mission to end the war in kind of a weird biomechanical setting. So I hope people will pick that one up. And if not, tell your friends. So thanks for letting me chat about it.
So, Privy, you were initially brought to our notice because you started rereading Elric books again?
Yeah. Yeah, I started, so 5 or 6 years ago, I think, I found a bunch of like the mismatched older Elric books. You know, the ones with the kind of like off-white or like cream-colored covers?
Yeah, like
okay, people are nodding. Thank you. Yeah, in a used bookstore, but it wasn't complete. So I started reading them, and I started reading them in the order that I thought they were in, and then those like fancy, nice, new Elric ones came out. You know, the ones with like the bright green cover and like the bright blue cover.
Saga, yeah. The three big.
Yeah, the Saga ones. Those came out, and I unfortunately couldn't resist, so I ordered those ones. And that's when I started doing the reread and was like, you know, I thought that I was maybe wearing like a dried mushroom crown because I was like, I don't remember this happening. Did this happen yet? Wait, I remember something way past this, but he hasn't gotten there yet. What the? Anyways, all the stories are in a different order, so I thought that was a good point to do a reread and also make Elric admit that we would be friends. And he's like, we absolutely would not. I hate you. No, we are going out for brunch, and then we're going out antiquing, and then we're going out for karaoke. And he's like, but anyways, maybe given what usually happens to his friends.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
maybe
you
that's
think
best.
he's singing karaoke and he just like swings the mic and somehow it becomes Stormbringer and stabs
And somehow
you.
he
Like,
kills
"Oh,
me by
shit."
accident. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, Jesus Christ, not again. Or
But the
no,
reason
he's like,
why we
"Because
all
I-
accept
because I'm
Elric
just
is
a
he
human."
feels bad about it. It's always like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
But that's so un-Melnibonean of him. Like,
I know.
But
Yeah.
that's part of how he's such a great SNS
That's
hero,
part of
even
his
though in some ways
appeal.
he goes against the grain, right? Because maybe he's an emperor and all that stuff, but he's an outsider from the start because he's the
Yeah,
only
well, and he
member of the
spends
band
the whole
who's
first book high as a kite on
Your
herbs.
sister
Like,
bad, you know, like is torture bad? Like he's the only one that's asking.
yeah, exactly. He's like,
like
is torture bad? What about these ships that I have just described as being literally armored in plates of gold? And I'm like, you people are idiots.
First of all, gold, yeah, I know. My parents are actually jewelers, and so my first thought was, like, first of all, gold's a soft metal. But anyway,
Secondly, gold is light. Yeah.
yeah. Remy, I'm really curious. How did you find? Okay, so you said you read it in a kind of a funky order, and then you read the Saga collections. And the Saga collections in themselves, to some people, are kind of a funky order, right? Because they're a linear
Yeah.
chronology, they're not publication chronology, and so you can find yourself going wildly from like 70s, more Blood and Thunder,
Yeah.
you know, Elric, to like 80s or later, like more philosophical, ethereal Elric. And for
Yeah.
some people, that's a real like whiplash, right? Like going
Yeah,
from the
I
first,
was getting whiplash. I
yeah.
almost wish I had kept with the original like bound omnibus, you know, the first
Omnibus.
the first Omnibus that I had gotten, because yeah, I did find the progression to be less like weirdly noticeable, kind of.
Yeah.
But again, I didn't finish that one because that was in the middle of like I was moving and all my books were in boxes and yada yada yada. But yeah, greatly enjoyed the reread, and just like the worst character you could put into anything is the hero of all these books, and I'm like, if Elric can do it, anybody can do it.
But isn't that the joy, right?
That
And
is the
it's
joy.
It's been fun, you know. I want to tell two stories real quick, if I may. The first is, Primi, I had read your work before. You know, I really enjoyed your climate fiction stuff, but I confess, I as much as I admire your talent as a writer, I don't know, it was narrow-minded to me. I hadn't thought of you as someone to contact for Sword and Sorcery, and then to my delight,
Yeah, because I don't really
Kevin,
write
was it? Yeah, Kevin, was it you? Somebody.
No, it was
one-
John. It was John Alford. I don't know if he's still in the chat.
Right, so John Alford, who I think is in the chat, or at least he has been in the chat earlier today. John Alford, who is another contributor to this year. He has a story. Last year he had a good nonfiction piece on neurodivergence and Sword and Sorcery. Anyway, John's a great guy. He just tweeted at me or DM'd me, whatever, a link. And he's like, hey, man, Primi's doodling Elric. And I was like, what? And I looked over. And I went over, and I saw the doodles, and I was like, I think she's a fan of Sword and the Sorcery here. So that's what made me reach out. You can thank John.
Oh, thank
Alford.
you.
can
But
thank
I think the
yourself
thing is
for
that
bringing your
that should
doodles.
that should very much show people that people don't necessarily read what they write.
Yep.
Like, you know, people who read tons and tons of mysteries maybe don't write mystery. People who read lots of romances maybe don't write romance. Yeah, I grew up reading Sword and Sorcery, mostly the Robert E. Howard stuff, and then kind of the Edgar Rice Burroughs, like Pellucidar stuff, which is really Sword and Sorcery on Mars.
it's
But like, there's no
adjacent to
difference. Like, there's no
Sword and
there's no
Planet is so yeah.
yeah,
like-
there's no aesthetic difference. So I had two like giant collections of those that I picked up for cheap from the library. So that's kind of what I grew up reading. But I was kind of like, well, you know, people have already kind of done it all. I don't see what I can add to this. Is kind of what I thought, I guess. And then you solicited me, and I was like, well, I better come up with something.
Well,
And that's how you ended up with my story.
And I'm so happy to have it. And Remco Van Straten, I don't even know if I've told you this actually. So here we are, breaking news. Remco Van Straten, who's done art for us in the last 2 years, is back. He always seems to find a way to reinvent himself and work in the 2D style. And I won't spoil it. Maybe I'll tell you privately, but on live camera here, I will say that Remco and I chatted a bit about what style he's going to work in this time. And it's something completely different from what he did the last 2 years, and it's something very like of the spirit of what we like to do here. It kind of is like a love letter to the history of the genre while taking it forward and doing something a little different. And it's also something to Nat's interests. I mean, Nat cares about all this stuff, but Nat is our layout guy. I'll pigeonhole him as our layout guy / Falcon. You know, for those who don't know, those of you who are very new to the magazine, you know, I kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. We do 3 columns of text per page, unless there's an image, in which case sometimes it's a full page image, sometimes it's like 2 columns, 1 column, whatever. But something Nat and I talked about early on that we thought would be kind of fun is, what if we treated, instead of just like 3 columns, what if we treated it like 3x3 comic book panels, right? Like Watchmen or many other comics. And so we only did a little bit of this last year. This year we're hell-bent to do more. We want to experiment with choosing different combinations and mixtures of panels, right, to make the art and words like interact and play with each other a lot differently. And so I'm gonna do a tiny spoiler, I guess you could say. Preemie's story involves a siege. That's right there on the first paragraph, so not a big spoiler. Involves a siege, involves people trying to get over the walls, as people do in sieges. And so Remco and I were chatting, and I was like, hey man, what if we took, you know, we got 2 pages, right? Each one 3x3 grid. And what if we have like 2 columns, 1 column, 2 columns, 1 column, like the top of a wall, like the crenellations of a wall. And then we have the terrifying enemy forces, again, I'm trying to avoid spoilers, that's why I'm being vague, coming up over the words to get at you.
Oh my
and the
God,
title
that's
is
so
a lot
cool.
of fun. Yeah.
That's so cool.
So
it's
I
like
don't
a story
overpromise.
about a fortress in the shape of a fortress.
Exactly.
I also enjoyed the very casual, you know, trying to get up over the walls, as people do. Yeah, that's the most inconvenient part of a siege.
No, they're just
Trying to go
casually,
under,
just like,
people
hey
trying
guys,
to go
what's
over.
up? You know, just like crawling up on the ladder with like a coffee, like hey.
With like, with their Starbucks in one hand.
Yeah.
It's like, hey. Yeah.
I just Googled Preemie and found out she was you're a scientist.
Science!
A
Yes.
scientist. I don't
What
know.
kind
Those are
of
science jazz
scientist?
hands. Yeah.
That's super rad.
Yeah, thank you.
Of wait, an Indo-Caribbean scientist. It doesn't even get specific on your Wikipedia. What the hell's going on here?
I have a Wikipedia? Oh, right. No, wait.
Yeah,
Somebody
you
told me
do.
about that a few years ago. Yeah, because one of my novels had a Wikipedia page, but I did not. So like, the name didn't go anywhere, and I remember looking at that like, oh, come on.
Yeah, like speculative fiction author and scientist. I mean,
Science.
that means you can write sci-fi and be legit.
Sword
I couldn't.
and
I couldn't do it.
sorcery and science and speculation.
And super fantasy. Or no, wait, super science fantasy.
Wait, what kind of science? What sort of scientist?
My first degree was in molecular genetics. Yeah, and my
First
second degree, I usually just shorten it to environmental science, but it was actually soil science with a couple of other attached minors. Yeah.
I am friends with the Maine state soil scientist. There's just the one apparently.
Oh my God.
But he's the
Yeah,
guy, and he had
it's-
to take some weird test where you had to be able to identify like different soils from all around the state.
Yeah, final exams for my degree, literally, not metaphorically, literally involved us being driven out into the field and being handed a shovel because you had to dig a soil pit. And then you had to do the texture test, you had to do the profiles. It was, that was a long day. That was also a very long time ago, but I don't even know if I'm allowed to call myself a scientist anymore because I quit my science job last year and now I'm just one of those filthy, disgusting writers.
Yeah, but if someone asked your opinion on molecular biology, you can give it. Whereas if they ask me that opinion, I say, I do not know enough about this discipline, my friend. I do not.
You'd be like, it's a tumor. Yeah.
It's not a tumor.
But if they're asking you, it probably is. Anyway, so
It probably is, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kevin,
Yeah.
cut you off.
Yeah,
No, I was
sorry.
going to say, if she quit her job, she's a rogue scientist now. You know,
I'm
who
a
knows?
mad scientist now. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm
No,
like
but I
Han
mean, it's
Solo,
not
but for
like
science.
it's not like being a lawyer where you have to do extension classes and stuff to like
I
keep up,
guess.
you know, to remain in the bar. I mean, I think being a
I mean,
scientist is like
they don't take away your degrees when you quit, so that's good. And I mean, like for this year, I actually have a job at the public library. I'm actually the writer in residence at the Edmonton
Oh,
Public Library,
Right.
which is cool. Next year, though, I don't have a job. So since I already know writing won't pay my bills, I probably will be going back to science. So I'll have to show them the piece of paper that says mad scientist and then be like, can I not be a mad scientist for a little while? Thank you.
They give you a 2-part test. Is it a tumor? Not a tumor.
Is it
Not a
is it not
tumor.
is it soil? Is it not soil?
it's like it's like one of those notes that gets passed in 6th grade, you know, that says, "Do you like me? Yes, no," but it just says,
Yeah.
yes or no.
I listen. You want a little
Well, you give me a
heartwarming moment?
science
That's
job,
how
YN.
I asked my wife to be my girlfriend on a napkin like that, and she
Nice.
circled
Aw.
yes. And now
And
we're
I thought
married.
you were going to
How
say to
old were
marry you.
you?
I was like, holy shit.
No, not to marry me. Come on.
How old were you?
Come
Yeah.
on.
He's like, yeah, I was 37 and like I gave it to her. And...
Yeah, yeah.
My napkin move was probably more romantic, actually. So.
Yeah,
Anyways.
I don't know. In like grade 4, I think, a friend gave me a note to pass on a napkin to a boy. So I took the note and handed it to him, and he said he was going to beat me up at recess because the note basically said, "I hate you." It wasn't from me. It was from my friend Heather.
You got played.
I got played, but we had a conversation. He was like, "Okay, well,
I'm no
That's-
longer going to beat you up.
I'm no longer going to beat up either of you." But that was not cool. I'm like, if I had known what was in it.
What
was
did this
was
kid
your
go
friend
on to
setting
do?
you up, or was this all just a horrible misunderstanding and she just really wanted to get beat up?
Well, I was between them, so she was just like, "Well, you know, he'll know who it came from." And I'm
right.
like, how would he know how many people hate him? I don't know. Anyways,
Really, it's
it was not romantic. It
Was
not
this in
romantic.
Alberta? Is this what Alberta is like?
This is what Alberta's like.
Jeez, see, I'm on the East Coast of Canada. We would never do that, you guys.
Oh, did you see my glass? It says downtown Halifax.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Halifax,
Yeah,
baby.
they
To
gave
the
that
max.
to me at HalCon in 2022 as part of like the swag bag, and I was
What?
like,
You were at HalCon 2022? I was there as a guest
Yeah.
as well.
"Were you? Oh my
Yeah,
god!"
I was.
Yeah, I didn't see like a lot of people because of like it was so crowded.
It was
like-
very busy.
It was very, very busy.
Yeah.
But yeah, also I kept like, going off to like try to find a pub and get a quiet pint and then like come back for my sessions. So
I
Turns
snuck
out
off.
Halifax
I
is,
snuck
like,
off for a few White
all
Claws
pubs.
myself.
yeah,
Yeah,
Halifax
Halifax a
is
lot
like
of pubs.
80% pubs by weight.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a very, very drinky town. Yes.
I'm not exaggerating. It's like
Oh, no, I believe you.
Like it's
where I
sea
come
shanty
from,
everywhere.
my Canadian point of origin is Ottawa. And in
Right.
Ottawa, at least in the downtown core where most of the neat stuff is, you measure things by how far out between shawarma places you go. And just like you go down Bank Street, for example, on Main Streets, and it's just like shawarma king, shawarma prince, shawarma regent, just like every shawarma like royalty you can
the
come
the
across,
shawarma
you're
usurper. You're like, I'm gonna go with her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what happened
Halifax I think
there?
was actually Donaires.
Halifax
Yeah,
is
yeah, right.
Donaires. And
Halifax
Yeah,
is
yeah.
built out of Donaires and pubs and like just a crap ton of ghosts. Like
Yes, a
apparently
lot of
Halifax
ghosts.
is just as haunted as shit because of, am I allowed to swear on this? Sorry.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
because of the explosion, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which was
Uh,
captured in a Heritage Minute, which itself
Which was
like a
captured in a
Heritage,
Heritage
Minute,
Minute.
right?
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for the one non-Canadian on this chat. Was there a giant explosion that created a bunch of ghosts, or did it
Yes, yeah.
explode, or what?
Oh my god, how many
Halifax
people
Created
was-
ghosts.
was it?
it was
It was.
Oh wow! Now, how well did that Heritage Minute work on us, right? 'Cause we always
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's
You remember the
I
line
haven't
of the
had
guy
I get
on the
confused,
like-
man. I'm like World War I dates, Titanic dates, Halifax explosion
Okay.
dates. I get frigged up.
So
It was World War One because it was arms going
Yeah.
over to
Yeah.
Europe.
It was the two
to blow
ships,
up,
and it was
the
ammunition
Germans.
ship.
And
yep, you're both right.
Yeah.
Anyways, I misremember the number. I was actually low. 1,782 people were killed instantly.
Damn.
Yeah.
How many were
Yeah.
killed slowly?
22. Hang on. 9,000
too
others
soon?
injured. So
Oh my god.
it doesn't say.
So what was
Yeah,
it?
it's
Anyways,
crazy.
Two
haunted.
armed ships collided? Is that am I understanding this right?
I don't know if it was 2 armed ships. One was an armed ship for sure.
I thought it was
Okay.
one
And then
armed
the
ship
Canadian
somebody's
Heritage
just,
Minute.
like-
He's hitting the thing. Come
Yeah.
on,
'cause
Vince.
it's on fire. They know it's going to go
Like,
off. And
no.
Yeah,
it's gonna flip.
I haven't seen the Canadian Heritage Minute since like 1995 or something.
Yeah.
God,
So, I
I'm
don't
glad
know.
we all share that though.
Well, they did
Yeah.
some new ones a couple of years ago. I actually have.
don't think-
I don't have cable, so-
Got to film one.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
Yeah, burnt toast, etc.
So, you know-
I need that basket back. We've all got these lines burned into
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
It was a public education thing that just somehow worked fabulously well in the sense that it was very memeable, I guess you would call it. It was all
It
like,
was very
all these little
memeable,
moments
yeah.
It
that
is
stuck in our
very
heads.
memorable. If you're,
But
if
do we
you're
remember the
Canadian,
actual like historical like facts? Well,
Yeah. He pledges that the fish will last until the end of time.
yeah,
Something like that.
yeah.
Yeah. Now listen, there's one of my favorite writing projects I've done, especially in the gaming world, is I got to write Terminator in Canada. So I was working on the Terminator role-playing game, so I got to write the
Cool.
section on what happens during the future war in Canada.
Yeah, yeah.
And so of
Oh, what
course
does happen?
well, one of the things that happens is Citadel Hill kind of gets used again as a bastion and
There you
like
go.
a bulwark.
It's very
Um,
defensible.
Yeah, it is. And
Yeah.
but we also have so many trails in Canada too.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
the idea was you could stay away from the Terminators by just being these trailsmen on ATVs and stuff, and you have rebuild your network that way. But the cool moment I wrote was that the people who were on Citadel Hill are thinking that like, oh my God, we're finally saved because like a battleship comes into the big ass harbor. That battleship is filled with Terminators.
Oh my God.
So I basically
Okay.
killed
Everybody in
Halifax.
Halifax again.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was like another terrible explosion and tragedy. I was like, why
Oh my
not?
God. You're like, they should be used to this by now. I don't know. I liked Halifax. I liked Halifax.
Yeah, it's a
food's
fun
good. Lots of places to like hang out and drink. Lots of live music.
Yeah.
Halcon was fun. I don't know. It was great.
Yeah, good spot. Come visit everyone.
Yeah, totally will.
I was a bit worried because I remember Oliver and I having to explain to Nat what Canadian Heritage Minutes were.
If you did, I'm not sure I was paying attention.
Oh,
This does not sound familiar at all.
It's about 30 years ago, they decided to make Canadians feel pride in our history by giving 1 minute long commercials, which would dramatize important contributions that Canada has had. Sometimes to exaggerated effect.
Yes.
Yeah, and the acting was painfully sincere. Like,
It was so Canadian.
yeah, there's a very specific school of Canadian acting, which is they got stage training, but all the work they're getting is for like local, like chain wide business commercials, and then they're doing dramatic readings. And Heritage Minutes is very much that small business acting
Yeah.
distilled. It's the
Yeah.
reason why all us Canadians we can go, I can smell toast burning.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
know immediately what that is about.
Johnson, sir. Molly Johnson. Or Patrick O'Neill. Yeah.
Like Kids in the Hall. No, more like due south. You know, where it's
Yeah,
like
due south. Yeah.
even the bad guys are not that bad. they can't play bad because they're Canadian. They're trying so hard. And
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and there's Trailer Park Boys, which I have to say is like, if you live on the East Coast, you know those guys. Like whether you actually know them or not, it's just.
Honestly, as a guy
I
who
went
lives
to school with
on the
some of them.
prairie,
yeah,
they're pretty familiar.
Yeah.
yeah. I was gonna say,
So
like,
what is-
I've never lived on the East Coast, and I actually didn't watch Trailer Park Guys, but I did spend 6 years working at a metal refinery, slightly north and east of the city, Fort Saskatchewan, for anyone who's familiar with it. And all of our welders, for some reason, I think most of our millwrights were from the East Coast. So, like, all the newfies cut holes in their welding masks so they could like smoke through the hole, and then inevitably, when a spark got through, God, the language! I was like, I don't even know what language you're cursing in, and you've been going for like 7.5 minutes. So, yeah, maritime swearing is like upper level. It's like God tier. I don't even. What language are they even speaking? So that's quite amazing. Puppy!
Yeah.
Yes, I thought I would bring in a ringer, a guest star, to the live stream. Extremely tired, I pulled it out of her crate.
Oh, you're gonna pick it up tomorrow, man.
Polly the puppy, who doesn't know to look
A
at
noble
camera.
wolf, the
Why
white
would she?
claw.
She is a white claw.
Speaking of, be right back.
She is a smooth-haired fox terrier who only just this week learned how to sleep past 4:45 a.m. If I have seemed tired and distracted and responded to emails with half-mixed garbage, it's because of her robbing me of sleep. But it's been worth it. She's a 7-month-old puppy.
She's a baby.
Yeah, and I love her very much.
Appropriately enough, I don't know if you can make it out, but this is actually the
Yeah.
Nice. What have I brought home with me? I've got my my skeleton servant from earlier, I suppose, riding a bike. There we go. But yeah,
like the skeleton that like Hans pulled out of the lake, like out of his clothes, out of his flesh.
Oh, sorry, that reminds me.
I assumed that was going to happen, like a chicken wing, because he kept saying chicken wing.
Yeah, I know, right? I kept imagining a much more brutal end to Matt's character than what was being expected.
It's amazing we all
Kevin, I'll
survived.
cut to you in a sec. I just wanted, before I lose the track, while I have her here with me, folks, look at Polly, because you might be getting a bit of a spoiler. Because with the success of our crowdfund this year, doing, especially the level of success we've achieved, I feel very comfortable saying something I've said in podcasts and what have you, but whatever. I'll say it again here. We are going to be expanding to book publishing. We're going to try and publish an anthology later this year, followed by an ace double type thing with a pair of novellas twinned in a single mass market paperback, which I'm very excited about. And there's lots I could say about that, but the relevance to Polly is I kind of have a holding logo for Brackenbury Books, which is a calligraphy kind of style, letter B twin to look like a pair of wings. I don't know, whatever. Brackenbury Books, right? But I want to think of something a bit more permanent and lasting, and something that started as a joke and just is getting more and more like, I don't think we're joking here, is doing like a nice line illustration of Polly maybe wearing a little Viking helmet with a battle axe between her teeth, and maybe a little like silhouette version as a spine logo, like the penguin kind of thing. So don't be surprised. We'll see what happens, but I'm like 3/4 of the way to being like, you know what, I think I want to do that. I think Brackenbury Books logo might be a fox terrier. So that could
My
happen.
friend Matt actually just started a new poetry press called Agatha Press, and Agatha is the name of his Boston Terrier.
Aww.
So
There you go.
the press logo is just like the black and white, pretty much like looks like her because she's black and white. Like it's just her black and white face kind of going like this, which is very cute. So I think you should jump on the trend. Jump on the trend.
We're all doing dogs this year.
And what I
anyway.
discovered actually with our specialty horror bookstore that I still need to visit, but they were showing off, they got like rub-on tattoos of their logo.
Oh,
and
yeah?
yes, they work on the dog's pink tummies.
Ah! Oh my god.
Awesome.
They also work on hairless cats, apparently.
Oh my god.
I regret that I do not have one of those. I'll have to shave the cat.
Yeah, please do, and then send pictures. Cause
Yeah, I'll
I
send
always
pictures.
think of them as goblins. Like I love them, but they're goblins. And there's a hairless cat named Brain that lives in my neighborhood, and that cat, it's downtown Toronto, right? And this cat, it just escapes from its owner and just wanders around. I don't think it's actually supposed to be an outdoor cat. And it just loves rolling around the alleyways of Toronto, and then it's like, hey, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me. And you touch the cat. You're like, oh, little cat. And then you pull your hand, and your hand is gray. Like the cat just rolls and soaks up like all the filth. And it's like,
Now-
I'm sure it's fine. It's a cat, you know?
I got to push back slightly on this because
Oh,
I feel like I
dogs.
just walked into hearing that cats are somehow more goblins
dogs,
than
come on.
dogs. Now
Also
listen,
dogs.
Hairless cats are goblins.
Yes.
here's the most disgusting
Yeah.
thing okay.
I'm gonna let
Last
Lacey-
night we're sitting there. One of
Yeah,
my
yeah.
older cats, he starts peeing. And he decides to pee on the floor. Okay, good for him. Luckily there's no carpet in the house. And we're like, what is the dog goes over and starts drinking the cat's pee off the floor. He's like licking this up, and I was so disgusted by him. And so now That's exactly what I called him. I said, this thing is a creature. He's a goblin. Like
Yeah.
he's drinking. He's not
a house pet anymore. He is now the best we
Right.
can do is creature. He's creature.
And
He's
like
a creature.
dogs are gross. Like they'll eat like cat poop because it's so close to cat
I've heard
food.
that from friends.
right?
Oh,
Yeah.
is that why?
And then I got in a debate with my wife about like which one's more gross, and I was like, drinking
Oh,
the pea's
shit.
weirder.
Oh!
Oh, it happened. Did it happen?
Oh,
Kevin, I don't know if you can put that on the screen or grab a thing or I don't know something. God damn it!
my
Just
father
check.
is going to be so
I'm just gonna give
disappointed.
a big thank you.
Unless
on
you put it
camera.
somewhere no one can see.
That's true, but that's no fun. But to be clear, I already
I'm gonna give a
have
big thank
many
you.
tattoos. He just is very
To-
disappointed.
He's just disappointed. Yeah, I have 3, and my parents don't know about any of them. And unless they're watching this live stream, in which case I am so sorry, you guys. I know you hate tattoos.
Big thank you to Dorothy Taylor, our 666th. Oh, my
Ooh.
partner is knocking on the door. She's excited. 666th backer,
Yay!
Dorothy Taylor.
The devil's
Man,
tattoo.
I really
Matt, are you
didn't
super
think we were
excited?
gonna do it.
Are you super excited?
I am excited. I'm excited, and I think it's going to be amazing.
How big is it going to be?
I didn't think we were going to get here. And the running joke with my dad, by the way,
like a
is
full
that
back piece, or like
oh god, I have no idea. Probably on my arm.
like 8
on
inches
this arm
across?
somewhere. Because this
How
arm is
disappointing.
naked still.
No. He's going to shave his head
Yeah.
permanently
Yeah.
in life, and
Yeah,
then he's
yeah.
going to pop it right up on the crown.
No, I'll just shave my head, get it
Third eye,
tattooed, and then
third
grow all my
eye.
hair back.
Whoa,
Third eye. Yeah, we didn't mention it's a face tattoo, you guys.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
Yeah,
Although,
for
on
the
neck
actual
tattoo would be
placement, I'm thinking probably somewhere on this.
Okay. Yeah, because then that's
because it's
balanced.
naked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
has to
maybe
be somewhere
we
where
should
you
run a
show.
poll, Oliver,
Yeah, you're gonna have to
for
run a
where
poll.
I should get the tattoo.
Tramp stamp.
Yeah, no, that is not an option.
As
Do
you
it,
lean
dude.
down, the gap in your armor reveals
Yeah.
the tattoo.
And then I
That's
just get
suddenly-
shot. I get hit with an
I'm not-
arrow right in the battle line.
Right in the
Oh,
tramp
wow.
stamp.
Whoops. Just a moment here. Just trying to get the right
Wow,
screen.
that's
All right.
Eldritch.
We're traveling the
That's Eldritch.
I'm not
multiverse.
saying, guys, hold up, newsflash, I'm stupid. I went to our Discord and used the everyone tag to try and get everybody excited to like, come on, let's get somebody to pledge $2. And I did it in the private Nest editorial Discord channel. Nobody saw it except the staff of the magazine. So A, I'm very smart. B, I think I brought Polly in
Hey,
here
it's
and
not
then
over.
Blamo 666. So I'm just saying, Polly the puppy.
Oh damn!
my
I know
God.
fast.
She has
hey,
powers.
667,
Did-
perfect.
Did somebody?
yeah, but what was I
Get a
talking about at the moment
screenshot?
about dogs when that happened? So think about that.
that's true.
could be,
it was Polly,
could
it was
also
probably
be
Polly.
gross
It was
energy.
about dogs eating cat poop. That's what made people go,
Oh, okay.
that puts me in a mood to see somebody get ink upon flesh.
You are
So
rewriting
we've got-
history.
We've
Scraping
got
the
a
bottom of the
suggestion in the chat
conversation
for
now.
1 axe on each butt cheek.
Yeah.
So,
Honestly,
Or-
you should do a tramp stamp. It would be amazing.
that would be
It would really be something, Matt. It would really be something.
Oh my god! And it's even a nice little backer train. We've had like a streak of 3 backers, all in one, little period. Oh my god!
Oh,
Sorry,
great.
folks. I'm doing the thing I've been doing
Great.
obsessively this whole
Oh, no,
campaign,
that's
which is
okay.
taking
I was while we were
sharing
talking, I
it.
was posting about it on like Twitter and Instagram and Blue Sky. So hopefully I
Yeah,
drag
no, we-
some bodies over here.
Man,
Oh, we gotta do it,
crowdfunding
we gotta do it. We did it. We
check-ins
did it. I am
are
We did it. Good job, team.
hot take. I'm really happy.
I
There's
cannot
literally almost
believe
no-
we
yeah,
have
like-
this
All right.
So Nat, at what point?
Yes.
Okay. So Nat, so you proposed this to me. This is not something I believe you into. All joking
No, it's
aside.
not. Yeah, let's be
You
clear.
proposed
This is
to
my
me-
idea.
Yeah. You proposed this to me, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks, a month at tops before we launched the campaign.
Yeah.
And you were saying to me, you were like, Oliver, I was thinking about getting a tattoo of the Windgraph magazine logo, which is a
Yeah.
nice circular, dealie. And it would be a pairing, perhaps, in some capacity, whether it's opposite shoulders or whatever you're going to do, with the Nest Battle Axe. And I was like, holy shit, are you serious? And, blah, blah. We talked back and forth. Okay, let's do this. We picked the devil number. It's funny, but also was like a good... it didn't feel insanely out of reach, but it was like, okay, if we do that, we're doing pretty good, because last year we
Yeah,
got
it's like
479
safely out of
backers.
reach, but not obviously a joke. You know, it wasn't like,
So
oh,
what
we
do-
get 10,000 backers.
Exactly. So, how much when you pitched it to me did you think it would actually happen? And then, follow-up question: at what point did you go, "Oh crap, this is happening"?
I thought there was about a 1% chance that it would happen, and I went, oh crap, about yesterday. We started getting all the backers from Goodman Games supporters, and we suddenly jumped up like 70 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't gonna happen. I really did.
Well, I don't blame you at all. Neither did I, right? Because, folks, if you're watching, if you've never run a crowdfunding campaign, they all kind of have a similar shape. You get a lot of people up front the first like 3 to 5 days, and you get like a good boost, not as much at the start, but a good boost in the last 2 days, usually 2 or 3, depending on how it goes. And in between is what we, at the magazine at least, have been jokingly referring to as like the long, cold middle, right? Like that's the hard part, where maybe you get a couple of backers a day, and it's a little bit of money, and some days you get cancellations, so maybe you don't even make much, or even you get a negative day, oh no, you know?
It's like when
And
you
last
microwave
year-
a burrito. It's cold in the middle.
Yeah.
It's like when you microwave a burrito. It's cold in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a messed up burrito. And so last year, our long, cold middle was long and cold. And our third week was terrifying. We actually spent a couple of days near the end of that week stuck. And we just kept yo-yoing back and forth with cancellations around 79%. It was really scary. And I remember the Friday of that third week, we got a comment. Sorry, guys, I've told the story before, but we got a comment from a backer who was very supportive. But they were just like, hey, man, I'm sure you're going to do it, but I've just noticed you're kind of stuck in the, what happens if you don't do it? Is there just going to be some kind of magazine? You know, and I just sat there just like, looking at that comment. Luckily, you know, things moved that very day, and we actually had a big burst and got up to like 86% by that weekend. Whatever, we made it, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be here talking tonight. But still, it was an intense battle, and we didn't fund until we were 27 days deep. So this year, our long cold middle was not even that cold for a good chunk of it. Even our third week, we were still getting like a few backers a day, some money each day that felt like a reasonable amount. I think we all decided between $300 and $400 was pretty good, and we were getting that most days. But then this weekend it came, and Kevin Beckett, if you want to give us some Canadian film industry, dare you explain to people why whenever we've gotten a cancellation or somebody reduces their pledge, you know, we share the bow and arrow emoji in the private Nest chat, and we talk about, oh no, we got adjusted. Do you want to explain what the hell that is?
Yeah, there is a Canadian movie from about 30 years ago, directed by Adam Agoyan, later better known for films like Exotica and Ararat and all this. And it's called The Adjuster. And I'm just going to bring up the Wikipedia film description because...
It's so fucking weird.
Insurance adjuster
So
Noah
weird.
Render lives with his film censor wife Hera in a barren, unfinished suburban development. He spends his time rescuing clients of his company whose homes have burned down. His methods are unorthodox. He puts them up all in the same hotel, visits them frequently, sleeps with some of them, men as well as women. See, it was New Edge before New Edge.
There you go.
And forever quotes his mantra, "You may not know it yet, but you're in shock." His wife also subverts her responsibilities, bringing home steamy film clips to share with her reclusive sister. A parallel plot involves a wealthy and bored couple, Bubba and Mimi, who seek sexual adventure. Under pretext of shooting a film, probably pornographic, they rent Noah's isolated house and he moves his family to join his clients in the motel. Returning late one night, he finds his family gone and assumes that they have returned home. Rushing there, he finds his house is burning down. The end. This is what Canadian cinema was like 30 years ago.
True. So I was in film school about 23 years ago, and everything on the East Coast, it was all like Adam Agoyan. You know, it seemed like that was your only option, and it's actually part of why I was like, I'm out of this, man. Like, I don't want to do this.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's not. It's like those. You know, there's great filmmakers. It's not. I'm not throwing shade on it that so much, but it's like my buddy. He went on to do like Hobo with a Shotgun and Kids versus Aliens.
Oh, yeah.
Well, your
And,
friend
like-
made Hobo with a shotgun?
Oh yeah.
That's
We went to
awesome.
film school together, actually. He and I talk to him all the time. We send each other Masters of the Universe photos. But he's like, he bucked the trend for like the East Coast of Nova Scotia. It was like the only option you had, and like he won that crazy ass contest for Grindhouse. And so
That was one of the most fun nights I've ever had in a movie theater. Saw it with because I don't know if actually a lot of Americans did not see Grindhouse, but in Canada, because the original Hobo with a Shotgun short ended up winning the contest,
Yep.
we saw it. Then it would run the fake trailers that was already included with Grindhouse.
Yeah.
And in the movies. And seeing it with a friend's, she was celebrating a birthday, so she had all her friends, and they didn't know what to expect. And
it was crazy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to take a break from what we're talking about for just a moment, but I do want to come back to that too. I would like to address a very important topic to all people everywhere, which is piss. But what I mean is, I'm looking back up. No. This is universal. I'm looking back up the chat. Kevin, if you can scroll up with me here, maybe. We have a lot of yays, a lot of hoorays, and I really appreciate that for the tattoo and all that good stuff. But we have 2 items of what I'm going to call hashtag piss talk. Hellish Godzilla at 10:42 p.m. says animals drinking piss have summoned the devil's tattoo. What animal was drinking piss?
You missed this.
Yeah, you stepped away. You missed the whole story.
My dog. You were suggesting that cats are somehow more goblin-like than dogs, and you said dogs too. And I was like, now hold on.
I was saying that hairless cats in particular,
they're goblin-looking.
They're goblin.
I'm talking goblin behavior, man. I'm talking. I watched my dog.
Behavior.
We adopted him.
Aesthetic,
He's a rat terrier. He looks like a goblin. We got him from the Dominican. He's the sweetest dog ever. I love him, but he just not rooting around the litter box. My cat pissed on the floor and he drank it. It was crazy. But I was my wife and I were just so disappointed. Just so disappointed. And I've just looked askance at him all day. He didn't get a walk today because I was just ashamed.
Sorry, man. You know what you did.
After that,
going outside.
Jump on your lap, start trying to lick your face.
You need to be civilized inside first before you can enter the world with the other creatures.
Well, I mean, Nat, as far as your pet licking terrible things and licking your face, I mean, cats totally do that too. But
oh, cats are filthy. I hear you.
I mean, God bless Polly, but she just went through her. I don't know, maybe it's whatever. It's a Ness after midnight, by which I mean 10:53 p.m. Polly, bless her, just went through her first and last heat, and her area, went through a transformation, and she would just be licking herself there all the time, and then be like, "I love you too," and lick you, and you're like, "I don't know about this," just whatever. It's having a pet.
So, just to explain why we were going with the adjuster and why we use a bow and arrow icon.
Right? Yeah, we gotta finish that.
Anyway,
this was a movie poster.
Wow.
Yes.
And on Kickstarter, when somebody cancels or lowers a pledge, it's called an adjustment. They don't call it a cancellation.
Right, because sometimes they might raise their pledge, but it became this euphemism. So we never got cancellations. We just got adjustments.
Yeah.
And so we were like, oh no, the adjuster is once again.
Yeah. So the bow and arrow emoji, represents the adjuster.
Yeah, Backer Kid, it just says pledge canceled or pledge adjusted or pledge, raised or lowered. But nonetheless, we've continued the tradition of bow and arrow emojis in the private Nest Discord. So that's piss number 1. Piss number 2.
Piss number 2 is something else entirely over.
I cannot.
When I heard the King in Yellow was being mentioned in the chat, this.
Yeah. Well, I wore the crown, so as the King in Yellow.
Wait, I need to interrupt you since we're being extremely mature right now. We are now at 669.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
Sexy devil number. I gotta get that on.
We're all a bunch of sexy devils.
We're all just sexy devils here at New Age Sword and Sorcery. Oh my god. All right. Nice. Also, legit, that is 32,445. If I can get my my little computer here to refresh and not take too long, I can tell you that means $804.50 before we pay prorates, which I think might happen. Let's say 11 EST, AM EST for tomorrow is the cutoff.
12 hours.
Also, pardon me?
It just says 12 hours. 12 hours.
Yeah, 12 hours.
Brits
and Europeans will maybe kick in and really help us early on. And also, one of the many little nitty-gritty details of a Backer Kit that are a little different than Kickstarter that's kind of fun is there's an overtime mode. So you guys might have noticed if you ever checked the campaign page, sometimes underneath where it says the tally, you might see us say like backer train 1, 2, 3, however many backers, and it's got little logos all lined up, because every time someone backs, it starts a 10-minute counter. And if someone else backs before that 10 minutes is over, oh, the train resets, the 10-minute counter resets. And so you might get like a chain of backers. It's pretty fun. Day one, we got a crazy long chain. And actually yesterday, thanks to Goodman Games, we got like a 22 chain. It was great. Brando Sando, meanwhile, infinite chain. I probably has never ended the whole campaign. But anyway, bless him. I hope he backs us and sends us. If Brandon Sanderson backs us, the way the backer kit recommends the audience to the campaign, we're all buying houses in downtown Toronto. Like, that's just what's happening. If Brandon Sanderson does that, a little more Canuck humor for you there. Oh, sorry, Prima, you don't have to get a house in downtown Toronto, but you can get it and sell it and buy something else.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm just being a goon. I'm just saying if Brandon Sanderson backs us, like the impact would be something else. Yeah. Anyway, but my point. Sorry. Related to that.
Piss, right?
Backer Kit has some. No, piss. We'll come back to piss. We're never forgetting the piss.
What's the deal with animal piss?
No. We've covered animal piss. There's other piss we're going to get to. But before we get to that piss, we're having in this piss sandwich, we're talking about trains. Fucking keep up. So we're talking with Backer Kit. When you get to the final minutes of the campaign, when you get to the end, right? If someone makes a pledge within 10 minutes of the end of the campaign, you go into overtime. And as long as the backer train keeps going, as long as someone else pledges before 10 minutes winds up, the campaign extends by 10 minutes at a time. So I don't expect that to happen. I honestly find you don't get a big rush in the literal final minutes of the campaign, but it is possible. It is possible. And I just think it's kind of fun. It's one of the many reasons why I'm really happy with Switch Backer Kit this year, because it just has so many fun little things like that that you like gamify it. You know, I don't know. I get a kick out of that. Back to Pitt.
Also sounds like hockey. It's very Canadian. Overtime.
Alice, I would not be able to live stream if we did start getting that, because tomorrow I'm going to be out playing Hunter the Awakening for any other RPG nerds. So
nice. Yeah, no, my plan tomorrow morning is to wake up whenever I wake up. Probably still. I mean, we've achieved most things, but I'm still gonna get that pay bump. So I'll probably wake up and be like, "How's it going?" Like I did that at 3 a.m. this morning, and I never really got back to sleep. I ended up having to really crash hard later today. But whatever. I'm probably gonna have fucked up sleep. That's fine. And then I'm gonna check the thing. I'm gonna have some breakfast. You know. And then at 11 a.m. I'll be like, assuming we end at 11 a.m. I'm gonna be like, "Hey, everybody, thanks. Do the big update. Link to all the things." And then. Matt knows this. This is some more New Edge Sword and Sorcery lore. Don't worry.
Yeah,
we'll get to the piss. But before we get to the piss, one more thing.
Bury the piss. You got to bury the piss for the article.
Don't bury the piss. Don't bury the piss. Don't forget the piss. But the piss is over here on a shelf. We're waiting to check Chekhov's piss. It's going to go off. But before we get to that, meatball subs. So, New Edge Sword and Sorcery. No. Follow me here. New Edge Sword and Sorcery. We got the battle axe. We got the adjusted bow and arrow. Very fancy. Very sword and sorcery. We might be getting the piss. I don't know if that's going to become a thing. But in the meanwhile, what we do have, no, Matt's just like, no, we're not getting that piss. What we're going to get is meatball subs. What the hell am I talking about? Nat
meatball subs.
Meatball subs. Nat and I pretty early on last year in the crowdfunding agreed. We were just talking, we talk a lot of DMs and stuff because, I mean, especially with Nat doing layout, we have a lot of little messages going back and forth. And I forget how, Nat, but we got talking. I think I just said I was going to Subway. It wasn't very dramatic, but I was like, yeah, I went to Subway. And you were like, what'd you get? And I was like, I got the only correct sandwich. I got a meatball sub.
Yeah, the meatball sub.
There's no other sandwich. What other sandwiches are there? Subway has one sandwich, meatball sub. That's what they do. Every other sandwich is a fake sandwich to see if you're a real sandwich lover. And then if you're a real sandwich lover, you get the meatball. Anyway, I'm being an idiot, obviously, but that's the conversation we had. And Nat was like, yeah, meatball sub, the only real sandwich. And I was like, that's why we're friends. So,
that's the only reason.
Oh no. So as a result, very quickly from that, once we got to the end of last year's crowdfund, Matt and I were both like, well, what are you gonna do to celebrate, finishing the crowdfund? And I was like, meatball sub, baby, I'm gonna get the only real sandwich. And so ever since then, every time we're like hitting like some kind of new threshold, whether we were getting like to the end of the proofing process or whatever, as we were putting together Issues 1 and 2, Nat and I would just start sending gifts at each other of meatball subs, like really like seductive advertising close-ups of meatball subs.
Shots. Yeah.
And so it just became this thing, and so like I say, you've got battle axes, bow and arrows, and meatball subs. That's the New Edge Sword and Sorcery classic. And I've had since Saturday. Sorry, Nat. Sorry.
I was just saying that's the Holy Trinity.
That's the Holy Trinity,
Like
the
Father,
Mother,
Son,
the
and
Father.
Holy Ghost, but it's the
Yeah.
battle axe, the bow and arrow, and the meatball sub.
I
It's
would
the
just
bread,
love
the
it
cheese,
if
the meatball. It's what it is. The bread, the cheese, the meatball. Garlic fits in there somewhere.
And showering. Saturday, the Saturday of the first Saturday of the campaign when we had funded, and I was like, holy shit! And it happened around dinner hour, so I went out, and Nat was like, "Are you gonna get a meatball sub?" And I was like, "It's too soon, man. I haven't earned it. We gotta get to the end of the campaign. I'll go to this pizza place I love in Kensington Market, which is a Toronto thing, if you know it." And I'm gonna go to this place in Kensington Market. I'm gonna get I'll get a pizza. That's what I've earned. I'm gonna get a slice of pizza. While I was there, Frank Ranelli's Italian beef. I grabbed their menu printout and I circled it. Meatball sub in red pen. I've had that on my little magnet board here as motivations the whole time. So tomorrow, come back to what I was babbling about. The campaign's at 11 or 10 past 11 if we have some overtime, whatever that happens. I'm going to Kensington Market, and I'm getting a meatball fucking sub, and I'm gonna share that, and it's gonna be, this is the thing. I'm gonna hold it over my head and be like, "This is it. We did it, people. Mission accomplished." Except unlike George W. Bush, I actually will have.
We'll have accomplished
Iraq?
the
What?
mission.
Where that metaphor got away
Valerie
from me?
Stress ate a Lunchable.
A Lunchable, just one Lunchable. It comes
Valerie,
with a
are you okay?
plural.
The nitrates,
no.
they got me down.
I was just thinking, can I actually make a meatball sub tonight? Because I actually didn't eat supper, but I do have frozen meatballs. I have marinara sauce. I have mozzarella.
Yeah.
I don't have any bread.
Homemade
I'm out of
meatball
bread.
sub. That's elevating it.
Bread. Now, what do you do for bread if you don't got bread? What's a good bread substitute?
I made
yoga mats.
You take
I
toilet
have
paper,
some
you bake it just slightly.
tortillas, so I can make a meatball burrito.
Call DoorDash.
That's good, actually.
Get a
Yeah,
bag
that
delivered.
doesn't sound bad at all, actually.
Yeah,
I would
anyways,
eat the hell out of that.
It might be neater to eat,
I'll friend
but yeah, I
Oreos.
really should have had lunch, but I actually did not. So yeah, I've
Valerie,
just been
would you
drinking
like
on an
to
empty
Oreos?
stomach for like
One
several hours.
child-sized snack pack of pretzels.
Yeah, we're all really good at adulting, hey?
Yeah,
Oh.
We're so
very
good
grown
at
up
this.
and should be definitely trusted with $32,000.
God, you know what I had for dinner? I've no shame. So last night, my partner was out and she went through the mall and she discovered a special secret, which is that the mall food court at 7, they're like, fuck it, we're not storing any of this food that we have. You can buy big crates of food from the various people, including Ruby Thai, this place that we like, for pennies. And so she just came home with really, really happy with these big crates of that day's leftover Thai food. And that's what I had for dinner tonight. I just shoveled it in my face, a lot of fried rice and noodles and stuff. So yeah,
That sounds
fun
amazing,
fact,
actually.
I can't find the piss again. I'm very annoyed. We may have lost track of the piss number 2. But
That might be for the best.
Yeah, I might
Yeah.
I might actually
Go
bow
over.
out before you circle back to the piss, and I might just go
No.
make dinner.
That's
Yeah,
all right. No,
flush
Brittany,
it.
thank you so much, seriously, for being with
Yeah,
us.
no, thank
tonight.
you guys. This was so
And
fun.
for your wonderful story and everything.
Thank you for
playing the
inviting
game
me.
tonight.
Yeah,
Everybody-
so-
Useless,
Yeah.
useless halfling, but I had fun. My God's piss.
All right, go have some food. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that sign off.
4 hours. to
Yeah.
make that joke. Nope. You did it, Valerie.
No one made the joke.
You
You're
have, you
the
have crowned this stream.
Thank you.
Wait, what? Oh, wow, the live stream of this.
I cannot go on. Anyways. Thanks, guys.
You're a champ.
See you
Thank
later.
so much.
Bye.
That's it. All right, now it's just us boys on the screen. Let's
Finally,
talk
we
about
can
this.
talk about this.
Let's get about
get
this.
weird.
Let's talk about it.
Is this where we recreate that Rogues in the House all-star podcast after Howard days of everybody in a Zoom call shirtless?
I didn't know that.
What?
I was unaware of that lore.
No, that did not happen. That was a joke, but I did think we all should be shirtless for that.
I mean,
I feel like that might have cost. I feel like that episode might have cost us any hope of being nominated for such an award.
God.
Uh,
You see, we all take off our shirts and the funding just goes to zero. Like, just,
we've ruined ourselves.
Oh my god, from Meatball to the Sausage Fest. There you go, man. The piss. Okay, I can't find it, but Kevin, if you're feeling bold, somewhere way up the chat, Greg Helsum, cool dude, wonderful guy, messaged me a week ago just saying he was a fan of the magazine and stuff. Really nice fella. He was saying, and this is where the piss comes from.
Oh,
he
I
phrased
know
it-
the quote. Yeah. Okay, I'll look for it.
Can you find it? Yeah. Okay. Kevin is seeking the piss. Will Kevin find the piss? Let's find out, guys. I usually try and keep my raunchy humor out of the magazine's communications. It just seems wise. Yes. So Greg says, as the oldest pissed white man, I'm so happy to see the diversity y'all bring to the genre, which reads funny now that we've whittled us down to the 4 white guys. But although it's funny, right? So I'm going to say 2 things about this. One is the oldest pissed white guys are super welcome. You know, sometimes people hear the word inclusivity and I seem to kind of hear the opposite. They hear exclusivity. They hear, oh, I'm being excluded. No, of course not. The whole point is everybody's here. You look at the logo on the top right of our screen. It's looking back to the classics and the classic fandom. It's looking forward to the future and the wider inclusive fandom. It's all about bringing people in. It's about making it bigger. It's about bringing in scenes. It's about bringing in people of all shapes and sizes. It's about bringing in Dungeon Synth musicians. It's about bringing in role-playing game people. It's about bringing in any other community we can bring in. That's what it's about. But also, I forgot my point because I've been drinking. But also, I was building to something. It was dramatic. And it wasn't even piss.
Well, then what's the point?
Oh yeah, but also the funny thing is that the screen is what it is. It's just us 4 white cis straight guys all staring at each other. That was kind of like where we started, right? Because we kind of, me, Nat, Kevin, and Jordan Douglas Smith, we're all kind of with each other, and we're like, okay, well, this scene maybe needs to grow a little bit. But it's not about it's never been about exclusion. Anyway, I just wanted to hit that note quickly, and also I really like the idea of getting a double piss combo. If I get a third one, I get a fatality. Anyway, I am babbling. How are y'all doing tonight?
Well, no,
we did. Something's kind of bad.
Do they sell the double piss combo at Subway?
No, I was thinking like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter and stuff, when you do like a combo. And I just was like, I gotta hit like heavy piss 3 times and up, fireball motion, and I do like the triple combo. Anyway.
I mean, it's
I'm gonna put you on the spot, Matt. When I was listening to last year's, you revealed that Savage Sword was coming back.
I did, yeah.
Do you got any hot gossip for tonight?
Now that Savage Sword is back.
Savage Sword.
I got the first
is
issue. It's great.
back. Yeah. Oh man, I really like that first issue. Savage Sword. What I know is that the comics are hot all around for Conan stuff. It's like doing tremendously well. I believe Savage Sword has done very well. Also, it's currently at like 6 issues greenlit, and then I think they'll re-up. I see no reason why that would not happen. What do I know about Savage Sword? I know things that I can say. I don't know. Is there
anything else happening in the general Conan world you would like to?
One thing I will say is this, and I cannot
Yeah.
give anything even close to a real hint other than they actually just announced today a new author who's doing a novel coming out in the fall. And for the love of God, I cannot remember his name.
I just saw it. It's James Lovegrove, who I believe did like Sherlock Holmes, Cthulhu by Gaslight, I believe.
Yeah. That's it. So they just announced that today. And then Hawking's Emerald Lotus Living Plague 2-pack will be out before that, I believe.
Yeah.
But I know one of the authors that they've got for the following year to do a Conan book, or who they're looking at, and it was just very freaking awesome to me. And I think a lot of us cats will think it's pretty goddamn cool if that comes to fruition, which I believe it will. I have no reason to think. I was just like, it was a name, and I was like, ho! All right, dope. Yeah. And I don't know, man. You never know. You never know when your boy Matt John might show up in something. I've been hustling a little angle on a thing, and I don't know, man.
Here.
You're writing a Conan novel, aren't you?
You might even be.
No, I am not
Right
writing a
on.
novel. I'm not writing a novel. I just,
He's writing a trilogy.
Yeah.
No, man, I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to write a novel. I don't even want to write a novel, as weird as that sounds. I love doing my short fiction. I like my bite-sized storytelling. I'm not saying I would never do a novel.
We never do a
saying-
novella.
Yes, Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, a novella would probably be my first step. I'm gonna release
You,
my.
man, I think novellas are the future of Sword and Sorcery. We'll see what happens, but I just think they are short and played with the genre strengths by being shorter, but they are books, which way more people will pick off a shelf and will review, will talk about in general. I love short stories. Obviously, I might be publishing a magazine of short stories.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, empirically, they're harder to promote and fewer people read them than books. And so, I just think novellas is just hit that sweet spot between the short story and the novel.
And I mean, novellas is I love the idea that you could just, in like a couple nights reading, it's done. You know what I mean? Rather than a doorstopper, and you get this satisfying arc in a short period of time. Black Cavalier. Oh, so the Cthulhu collection, my first published work ever. It's probably eight years ago now, maybe 9 years ago. Was the first thing I wrote was called. Actually, this is a really interesting question for a few reasons. It was an anthology called Swords Against Cthulhu, which I'm sure came after Molly's Swords versus Cthulhu. So it was just this dollar store version of that, I think, where it was like, swordsmen, sword fighting, and fantasy meets Cthulhu stuff. Warriors meets that. And the story was not good, but the idea was good. It's just the prose wasn't good. I didn't really know what I was doing. And that same story I didn't rewrite, but I revised for Skelos issue 1.
Okay.
And I might have even cannibalized that story for one last thing. Shortened it, tightened it, and put a new skin in a new IP and put it somewhere. Anyways, so yeah, that's the answer to the question. Swords Against Cthulhu. If you want to read a real piece of shit that I wrote, you can check it out. Although I think it was like #1 story in the anthology, so I was like, I must have thought it was okay.
Nice.
Or two, I don't know. But it was also the thing that would put the fire into the ass so that you would go out and write more things, right? You get a tiny surge of success, and then
taste of success. Yeah.
And now here I am, pro rates all year long. All of a sudden, it's gonna be meatball subs.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. That's our last. That honestly is our last challenge is unlocking our final.
Listen,
if
it stays 7 cents a word, then it's my lowest paying gig of the year, and that's amazing. That's so good.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I can't complain. Right now it's 7 cents a word, and it is 200%. Double the starting pay rate for the artist. So
yeah,
Jesus,
it feels good.
I calculated the math for it. I hoped we would get it, but then you know what I mean. Like I said, I was like, I don't know, maybe we'll get one pay raise each. That'd be pretty good. Gee, I don't know, Rick. I started turning into Morty from Rick and Morty for some reason. Yeah, I wasn't really trying to do the impression there.
Okay.
How dare you judge me? How dare you?
Walk it back.
I just felt
Walk
it
it back.
I felt it kind of lazily moving a chase.
I thought you were getting there. I
call it a. Yeah, no, I can't really do a Morty so well on account of puberty, but what was it? My friend Ryan North, who does Dinosaur Comics, and amongst other things, he's writing all kinds of major comics right now. He's doing Fantastic Four. But Dinosaur Comics was his webcomic, and one of his earliest merchandise for that merchants, whatever, was a bumper sticker that said, "The ravages of puberty leave no one unscathed." And that has never left me. And I just think about that, and I was like, yeah, the ravages of puberty have left no one unscathed. I cannot do a good Morty on account of that. But anyway, this is my major failing in life. People call me up and they're like, Oliver, why is your Morty so bad? It's terrible. You've achieved nothing in life. So yeah, anyway, Jesus Christ. Any other questions from the chat? Because you know what? It's 11:15. We've had a great
12:15 on the East Coast, baby. I'm
oh my
late.
God.
You're on the way East Coast.
Yeah, we've had a great Black God's Kiss role-playing game. We've had FEN WALKER's wonderful performance. God, I'm so happy. We had live music this year. We had live music. That's so cool. I don't know any other crowdfund that I've taken part in or just even followed, whatever, where there was live music. Oh, hey, question for everyone. What's your favorite SNS character?
Conan.
Conan's pretty good, you guys. Okay, we're gonna leave Conan out because the way he's a big fella.
Yeah.
I hear. All right, I'm going to moderate this one. I'm going to move around like kind of clockwise here. So, Nat, gun to your head, off the top of your head, whatever. Who's your favorite?
I mean, if I this is sort of like the pumpkin spice latte of answers, I feel like, but if I really had to say, it would be the Grey Mouser.
That's all right. That's not pumpkin spice latte. Also, I actually tried that for the first time this year. It's just tasty. I don't know why it became shorthand
I'm
for like
sure it's
basic
good.
people, But
I'm drinking
Grey
White
Mouser's
Claw,
a good
dude.
No, that I'm gonna judge you for. Sorry, too late. Oh man, I'm having Bone Shaker. Have a beer. Have a real drink. It's all right.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid with a bit of alcohol is fine. So yeah, okay, Nat, Great Master, Kevin. Gun to your head, etc. Don't worry about it too much. Fave SS character for me.
Elric. I mean, all jokes aside about him being the brooding emo anime guy who's like, I don't even want to like rule an empire, All things considered, is a wonderful tragedy born out of heroic ideals, and as we discussed previously on Nest Short Story Chat,
previously on,
this has been an epic 60 years in the making, and we have seen everything from right from the beginning, everything go bad with Elric. Where even before Vietnam, he basically wrote a story where it became necessary to save the universe by destroying it. And, has gone on to, most recently, in New Age Sword and Sorcery #1, Folk of the Forest, where seeing this idealistic, childlike, Elric care for stuff on its own, it's a sweet children's story. But with the entire shadow of everything that goes wrong in Elric's life beforehand, it's like the flashback from Godfather 2 where, it's right before Christmas. And, the family is still sort of uniting, like they're all getting ready for Christmas and all this. And there's a bit of squabble because Mike has joined the army. But there is that sense of this was back when everything was good, before everything went bad. And that's what Folk of the Forest feels to me, is very much of like, we've talked about where do we put it in. Michael Moorcock in his most recent interview said, two things about the most recent Michael Moorcock interview, Forbidden Planet. One was him like, saying, I think this is like the last Elric story. And even the interviewer goes, Mike, I've heard you say this many times before.
Yeah, you can see how excited I got there, but this because like, what if I publish the last Elric story? But like,
you never know.
We'll
be better
see.
to have
We'll
more
see.
Elric stories, though.
It would be. Yeah. It would be.
I would rather have more Elric than to have that honor. Yeah, anyway, go on.
But when he was describing, going, this story, if you read the comic Making a Sorcery, I guess this takes place right after, but devil if I know if you can put it all together. And that's what we love about Elric, as we saw with Primi. You can start anywhere. You will be very confused. You won't even be too sure. It makes a lot of sense. But damn, the overall outline is just so wonderful to realize.
Well, there's no denying the character, right? And isn't that the thing? I'm not saying anything new, I suppose, but I do feel that a common art for all of us as writers, and even if we don't write, as readers, as viewers of movies and so on, is learning that like plot and hook are great, and you do want to have a good plot, you do want to have a good hook, but it's about character, man. It's always about character. And so that's what sustains us, Elric's whole messy ass timeline, the many revisions of many different things, Hey, thanks, Jay. Jay saying, Kevin, getting to chat with you about that story for Story Chat was one of my highlights with you already. If you're interested in joining him, it was a delight. And I honestly was going to say something similar. I was going to say, Kevin, everybody contributed well. I felt it was one of our highlights of last year. This year, we did it in January. But whatever, our highlights of the Nest Story Chats was our Elric one, and your contribution was fantastic, I felt. Not just because you had the somewhat unique in that panel standpoint, being a guy who read the pre-finished draft, which I denied myself, and I thought you worked that angle quite nicely as well. It was great. But and you know what? Okay, before we go to Matt, we're not going to forget Matt. We wouldn't forget Matt. We wouldn't forget Piss. We're not going to forget Matt. Matt's better than Piss. I'm going to say, put it out there, hot take.
Put that quote.
Matt, I love you,
That
man. I
quote
rate
on
you
my
above
book.
piss.
Bold claim. Bold claim.
Matt, I don't want to get too like nauseatingly, cloyingly, touchy feely, but I think you're better than piss. Anyway, so that's my big endorsement. Don't get full of myself here.
Meatball
But-
sub.
Yeah, is Matt better than Meatball Sub? Answers in the chat. Anyway, before I choke to death on my own hubris or whatever that's going on here, I just want to say to everybody on the live chat, I want to say it was live because we're going to announce it properly. Kevin Beckett will be leaving Nest staff after this crowdfunding is over, maybe a few days later, whatever, but soon after. We're going to figure it out precisely. And Kevin is one of the OG staff. He's been with us since the very beginning as our social media coordinator. But as happens with any indie outfit, you wear more than one hat. And if all else fails, I mean, even if it's not like officially labeled, you play the role of just being like a sounding board, being a confidant, offering input on anything and everything that comes up in whatever your private back channel is. Like I've said many times, there's a Nest editorial, private channel. With just us,
Which is basically us making dick jokes about more cock, but yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, sometimes we're having highfalutin conversations about the future of the genre. Sometimes it's basically the equivalent of what you've seen live with me talking about. We can't forget the piss. So or the adjuster, or more cock. Obviously, we have some goose with that. I mean,
I don't understand the joke. What's the joke there?
It's
the guy's
see, the
name,
thing is, he has a relative named More Phallus, and that's a little easier to follow. But anyway, so this Mike, I can't even pause without just being like, what a great man. So happy I got to work with him. But right now I'm talking about somebody else I'm so happy I got to work with, which is Kevin. And so Kevin will be moving on. But Kevin, is holy shit. Anybody who's watching this, I find a lot of people think that, like, oh, the editor does everything. Oh, the publisher does everything. Guys, there's not enough hours in the day. I can't do everything. If there's one thing I definitely couldn't do, or certainly not do anywhere near as well, on top of everything else, it would be our social media. And you might think, oh, well, what does that mean? Arguing with dorks on Twitter about whatever. No, it's super important. It's super important. What Kevin did played a major role in us being able to build the presence of the magazine, which, spoiler, might have played a role in us being able to do the magazine at all, because what is crowdfunding except trying to get the word out, right? Trying to get the word out. And so without even getting into the numbies of like how our Instagram, following grew or whatever, which it did, and all other platforms, again, Kevin's hard work. I just want to say on camera live, no kayfabe, whatever, thank you, Kevin, so much. Couldn't have done without you, and we're going to really miss having you on staff, but I understand you got to focus on your own self and your own projects, and I really look forward to seeing what those are, what comes out. And one of those projects I want to make sure that everybody watching this is hyper aware of. You've probably seen us post about it a little bit, but let's social media, one thing about it is it's kind of a colander. You pour things through it, and a lot goes through without people catching it necessarily. So can't say it enough sometimes. Let me say it again here. Just the Axe Man, great name, is Kevin's own, independent of us. It's not a magazine organ. There you go. There it is. justtheaxeman.substack.com. That is Kevin's independent, his own project, Sword and Sorcery newsletter. Kevin, one of the many reasons we were so happy to have him as a social media coordinator and just in general on side, is that Kevin is really good at just keeping an eye on the scene, seeing what's going on, seeing where this connects to that, what's happening, what's coming up next. What does this mean? And he takes all that information and he boils it down into a charming, easy to read newsletter that comes out once a month. So if you're thinking like, I'm loving the third wave of Sword and Sorcery, I'm loving all this stuff coming out, but how do I keep track of it? I got an easy answer for you. Follow Just the Axe Man. Go subscribe. What are you doing? Jesus Christ, are you talking about piss? You're trying to find all the piss? Leave the piss out of this. Leave the bow and arrow out of this. Leave the meatballs out of this. Sign up for Just the Axe Man.
I'm now worried about the fact I did set the background of the site as yellowish cream color.
Oh no! If it's a yellowish cream color, it hasn't been too long since last time, so you're doing okay. If it was like a deep orange, I'd be worried. But
so
wow.
To move back to Matt in Nova Scotia.
So anyway, Matt, what is your favorite Sword and Sorcery?
And why is it Conan the Barbarian?
Well,
no.
This is easy. This is easy. Deathstalker.
Oh.
No further questions.
Wait, 1 or 2?
Yeah, I was gonna say mine is
Two.
Deathstalker
The
too.
fun one.
Yeah.
I think the new one is. I hope the new one is going to be in the Deathstalker 2 vein. I think that's the only way.
I think it will.
Actually,
I
this
be
is a
surprised
bit-
if it's not.
This is a bit funny, weird. Matt has went with the hobo with shotgun guy whose name I'm forgetting right now in film school.
Yeah, Jason Eisner, his director of photography on Dark Side of the Ring is the DP on this new Deathstalker movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome. Okay, because the director for the new Deathstalker movie is Steve Kostanski, who I don't personally know. Friends of friends. I used to be in the film scene about 20 years ago, so that's how I know.
Yeah, friend's a friend of mine too, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. But the entire Astron 6 collective, Steve Kostanski before this, well, people are bringing up the Leprechaun movie. No, man. You want to see Psycho Gorman. You want to see The Void.
Both awesome.
Yeah. Manborg, a little short half-hour film he did on a micro budget. It is great, So, yeah, when I saw Kostanski, I'm like, hometown boy makes good.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, honestly, if it was just some weird, we didn't get the potential tiny bit of charm that's in Deathstalker, people who viewed it unironically, I wouldn't be that psyched about a new Deathstalker movie. But with that team, it's pretty cool. But for real, my favorite sword and sorcery character though is, I mean, it is probably Conan in the sense that it's just so impactful on my life. It'd be weird to say anything else, but
we gotta asterisk because Conan is just inevitable.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
honestly,
agree.
for all my talk, I do mean it about contemporary characters and bringing in new stuff. Savage Sword of Conan was my genesis, my origin point. Forrest Conan, in a lot of ways, and I could talk about him quite a bit. But so let's put a little asterisk. Let's say Conan is he's kind of the Earth thing.
Yeah, no, it's pretty
Conan,
easy.
Who's your fave?
If I take Conan off of that, it's Bran McMorn, and I don't. It's not necessarily that I think he's a super rich character, or.
But Worms of the Earth really made a big impact on you, right?
Yeah, Worms of the Earth had a huge impact on me. I mean, it's the perfect marriage between sword and sorcery tales with horror just injected into the direct DNA. It's that marriage. I mean, it is swords versus Cthulhu, more than any other tale in a successful way. And it's not necessarily
kind of a swords unfortunate marriage with Cthulhu.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, even there's even Lovecraft. Lovecraft gods are name dropped in it and shit, but it's just that sort of. I mean, in that story, you have Sulla. He encounters these eldritch horrors and he freaks out immediately and goes insane. Bran does not, right? And there's just this haunting ending to that story where I always am he has wielded this sort of unbridled power, and what now? And that sort of thing. I don't know. I'm really big on horror fiction on screen. Horror is probably my favorite genre. And so those things just work together. But there's also this whole other layer. And I dished about this in a essay I wrote for Robert E. Howard Changed My Life, where, I don't know, Bran, it's interesting when you look at Howard, he kind of got on a track for a certain thing and he's stuck there, right? And then he sort of seemingly abandoned certain ideas and moved on to the next.
Yeah.
But with Bran, it was he's a character who's kind of stuck to his duty. He has to I know. I saw the smile. Did you hear duty? D-U-T-Y.
No.
I'm kidding. D-U-T-Y.
Yeah,
he stuck to his turds. They're very sticky. No, but I don't know, something when I became an adoptive parent and stuff, and I hadn't planned on having kids at all. My wife and I were just, that wasn't in the cards, but circumstances changed, and at a certain point I read that story while we were making certain decisions in life to take in children, and I know that sounds almost a little too cheesy, a little too hokey.
No. Don't qualify.
No. I know. I know. It's that I've written about it before, so I feel like I'm repeating myself, I guess. But something about that really stuck with me. Whereas I had felt like I'd identified with Conan in the sense of like this freedom and the idea of being a young person stomping around, putting your stamp on the world, blah, blah, blah. And I'd had that before, but, you know, at a certain point in my life, I felt more of like, I have to kind of just do the thing you need to do for your people, and whoever your people are. So yeah, that kind of has resonated with me later in life. And so I would say Bran McMorn is the one. If I don't have to say Conan, then it's Bran. And Cull thinks too intellectually about things. You know, he's too.
I like Cull.
No, I love Cull. I'm saying he's too smart for me. His thought patterns, his deep philosophical musings are beyond my. I'm more like, all right, dude, what do you got to do to, you know, do the right thing here? Easy.
So as the editor of the magazine, that's post whatever nucleus thing on this thing, and I know Nat's got to go soon. He's pretty wiped out, so I'm going to try not to be too long-winded, which is a challenge for me. I almost have like 3 answers, right? But I'm real quick. I mean, my easy one would be no, I know, right? Not long-winded 3 answers, but just bullet point first 2. Like Matt, I kind of have to be like, not Conan because he was there. He's my origin story for SNS, and I identified him. So many reasons, so many other people do. So I don't think I have anything new to say about it. So I'm just gonna move on. But like, yeah, kind of Conan. But if I'm not saying Conan, the second answer is it feels like a cheat, but it also feels honest, which is as editor of this magazine and what I want to do with New Age Sword and Sorcery. My favorite SNS character is the next one that we talk about. The way we talk about Conan, the way we talk about Elric, the way we talk about Bafring House, the way we talk about even Jarell. I want to see a new legacy character. I think what the genre needs. New legacy characters, and we're not going to know who the legacy character is until more time passes. So I guess we'll see how it all shakes out. But I'm excited to find out, you know, who's going to be the next legacy SNS character. So there's that. And then the final answer, which one could call the real answer, I suppose. Fuck, I don't know. It's hard. I mean, I honestly want to say almost an outlier one, where even though they have so few stories and are not someone that a lot of people think about, I love all the canon, you know. I love Fafhrd Mouser, Jarell, Conan, Kane. I think Kane's really interesting in a lot of ways. Kane feels like the wildest shit you doodled in your math notebook when you weren't paying attention in high school. I love Kane for that reason. You know, it just feels real out there. But you know what? I'm gonna throw out an outlier. I'm gonna throw out Joanna Russ's Alex, the Picklock. And you might be like, Oliver, who the hell's that? And or if you recognize anything, you'll be like, what are you talking about? There's one collection of 5 stories, and the back 2 are really not sword and sorcery. It's really 3 stories, right? Why is that your fave? Or at least one of your faves, big fave. And for me, it's because Joanna Russ was someone who wasn't what you call a sword and sorcery author. I love when people outside the genre dip in and they kind of bring in something into the mix. I think that's really healthy for the genre to have that. And also because in the Alex stories, you know, it's an unmistakable voice. You're never going to read an Alex story and think like, oh, I don't know, this sounds about the same as like a Thongar, or it sounds about the same as a Conan, it sounds about the same as, you know, it's unique. It's a unique and powerful voice about an outsider interested in characters having really weird and strange adventures that nonetheless feel like sword and sorcery, and is woven in tightly into the DNA of the canon anyway, right? I forget the name off the top of my head, but one of the Alex stories, she mentions an affair with Fafhrd and Grey Mouser, and lo and behold, you go over to Fafhrd and Grey Mouser, and you can find the other end of that rope. It gets mentioned. Alex gets mentioned in, I want to say, the 2 best leaves in Nightmare.
Yep.
So I just think that's real cool, because to me it was like, this is still decades ago, but it's nonetheless like a character and an author who were not really of SNS coming into SNS, and just even if it's a brief visit, bringing some vitality, bring something unique, bring something special that people can later on maybe riff on. You know, I don't expect to see it anytime soon, but if somebody were, when we open to submissions, you know, submit a story that was kind of riffing off of Alex, I would be so intrigued. And so that's I think one of the reasons why, like, Alex, if I had to pick a favorite that's not a conventional favorite like Conan, I would pick Alex, because Alex to me has this conversation with the classics, including the very literal one with Fafhrd, but also is like bringing in new stuff and bringing in a distinct new voice. That's what I love. That's what I want to see. That's, you know, maybe not a surprising answer from the editor of New Age Sword Sorcery magazine. You know what? I think that's a good closer. I think we're having a good time. I think we're all a little drunk. I think we'd all talk a bit longer. But Nat's fading. Matt's in Lobster Town, which is like 1 hour ahead of us. That's what we call the Maritimes, just Lobster Town. It's just one big fucking city. Kevin, you look like you want to say something. What's up?
Matt, do you have one final Arnold quote before we close up this call?
You think this is the real Quaid? It is.
I love that you chose that because you know it's a hard choice, but you know what? Here's another hard favorite. Total Recall's my favorite. I love the Terminator movies. Who the hell doesn't?
It's Paul Verhoeven, man. I mean, what are you gonna say?
And it has one of the best commentaries with Arnold.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one.
I just love how, like, Paul, like, seriously, all the best Arnold commentaries are when he's with intellectual film directors.
Yeah. It's like, right,
Yeah.
exactly. That's right.
Because Verhoeven is, like, all talking about the homoerotic subtext between, like, you know, Quaid and the villains, and you just hear Arnold go, "We were very good friends."
Yeah.
It's
like
a running joke that I have with another group of friends of mine on the Conan commentary soundtrack and the Conan DVD.
Oh, God.
You know, I mean, the whole thing is incredible, but like,
The winch
there's a
is
moment where
scratching.
there's sort of like a transitional shot where they're going between two cities or whatever, and they're like running across the plains. And Arnold's commentary, he just goes, "Now we are running."
Yeah. It's quiet for a minute, and then it's, "Now you're running."
And so a couple of buddies of mine, I mean, you know, we watched this 20 years ago or whenever the DVD came out. It's like, we'll still just say, "Now we are running" all the time.
Oh my God! Yeah, that is a piece of gold if you've never seen
that
it.
one's incredible.
Yeah, it's really something.
I love how sometimes commentary can be like, it's so peripheral, but sometimes commentary hits you harder than some of the movie. You know, I won't get into it, but in one of the interviews I did for Morning This, somebody was talking with me about world building, and I brought up how a piece of the Venture Brothers first season commentary about world building permanently changed how I write, and it's never left me. And it's a whole other story. I won't bore you guys with it right now, but it's like a little piece of commentary I watched on a day I was sick, and I was like, whatever, I'll run the commentary on this box set that I have. Like, it's wild. Loved even turn comedy. Okay, so good night, everybody. We are at $32,500. 600.
That is a good round number.
Yeah.
God, yeah. 14
That's a
hours left,
good number.
and we have $750 to go to get prorate for our authors. If we make that, we will have officially smashed every fucking goal I set. There's no other goals left beyond just more, which is, you know, great. But, you know, so holy crap, thank you. Ian the comic artist, you came in right at the last moment. For you and other people who missed it, you can watch the live stream or rewatch it. There's lots of great talk about things, I swear to God, that aren't piss. And this has been beautiful. Thank you, everybody on camera, everybody off camera. Good night.
Keep your sword
Thank you all
sharp and your
so much.
sorcery numinous.
Got it.